Blah.
Blah blah blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Don't actually say blah, blah, blah.
Well, Vlad
Yeah, he's gonna. If he knows what's good for him. So I played one of the precons that Don used for his one shot. I've not done as much reading on any of it as I wanted to, as I've been a bit busy with getting stuff ready for a new job and handing in resignation and doing all sorts of shit like that in the last few days. So
What?
I've been a tad bit busy, but quick run through. Vampire the Masquerade just looks like if emo's here, it's like here. It looks so intense.
It is intense.
like reading through the players, I say players handbook, reading through the guide that Don sent us. Just reading through that, it's just like this is a ride. This is a wild ride.
I mean, it is. Well, at least with VF5, it's gotten pretty heavy emo.
It is. It's just like.
Yeah, we've lost a little bit of the gothic stuff, but I think
I love the. I think one of the best parts about the guidebook that was sent is like the first 30 pages.
Oh yeah.
Has like fuck all to do with the guidebook. It's just like lore. It's like letters to people and like screenshots and emails. I was like, what? Am I meant to be reading any of this? All of it? I don't. What the fuck?
That was, I think, mostly designed for players coming from the previous edition.
It was just like
just to catch up with what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it's the meta plus. The meta plus.
Meta plot this gets a bit too much then.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So everyone loaded into roll 20.
Not yet. Sorry.
Okay.
Do we have the character sheet there? I suppose.
Yes. I just need to give you control of it. So can be edited by I can't. Maldia Blob.
Mad Edge. Or just Blob.
Or just Mad.
Mad works.
Alright, I gave control to Ashton. Fuck your tag name. I gave control to your character Paul.
Thanking you. Look at him. He's. Ooh. That's cool. So what I'm gonna do?
I would recommend to bring up your notes that I sent you for your character's
on Discord
abilities, just in case you need to,
No worries.
And
I have the bio info and
I gave you control.
disciplines, willpower, and clans.
There, just in case you need to. Yeah, so I was starting to input most of the text notes into the system just for clarification of some rules for new players and whatnot. I do need to add on to this as we go along, but it's been really busy, especially with I have night shifts. Then the little one unfortunately fell a bit ill, so I had to take care of her. Catching up with family life, and then there's also PlayUp stuff that I had to take care of. So, but I did implement as much as I could your character into the system. Again, feel free to use the system. Feel free to use dice and let me know without smudging the dice what your results are if you are going to use them.
No.
Yeah, don't be an ass.
I've had those players, and they'll be like, because I used to use a different. The previous system was like, yeah. So how much did you roll on generation? Very high, and you'll be like,
Very nice.
Which also means you're 13. There may be thin bloods.
No, as in high, as in
high. Yeah, it's
high result, low generation.
Yeah, it's actually because it's weird how they say it's like high generation actually means you're a much weaker vampire, and low generation means you're more powerful. At least that's how people say. It's weird. It is weird.
Okay.
But yeah.
Mela, to start off, do you guys want to kind of introduce each other's characters? I think
It's my boy here. Yeah.
Luke and Ethan, you might want to go first, since you guys are more experienced. Ashton might need to read through his more than.
I'm gonna read through mine because otherwise I butcher it. So
I've written a full. I wrote him an entire like backstory on the guy.
Nice.
And everything there. I sent you stuff, so I hope you enjoyed that. Pretty long, but I can start. I can go start first.
Yeah, go for it.
sure.
Alrighty. So I'll be playing as Miles Coterie. Don't know if you want to show the picture of the guy. Actually, I'll change my icon to him. There we go. He is of Clan Tremere, and as far as you know, he is a private investigator.
All right.
Yeah.
You're just gonna keep it at that? Just private.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what?
One way to start with the coterie, my friend.
But to give more, if you're going to coach, you know that he's a PI. He's a bit of he's a diligent worker. He cares about the Masquerade and the traditions, at least the more important traditions, not the ones that are like kind of assy from the Camarilla. He's yeah, that's pretty much it I can really say. He's very good at Auspex, Dominate, and a bit of Blood. Just a little bit. And yeah, I think that's all I can really say about him.
Okay, in that case, we pass it on to Luke.
So my character is also a private investigator. However,
Nice.
I'm telling you, Luke tapped into both you guys.
because I'm out here, you motherfucker.
Oh.
Basically, he's a guy who's been around since a while. He was in the Malta of the 70s and the 80s. You know, tough violence and shit. And he was the guy who knew a little bit too much. And, you know, other people noticed that he knew a bit too much. And once upon a time, he was framed up, beaten up, left in an alley, and then awoke in a hotel, you know, luxurious room. And the next thing he knew, there's a dead man, and he was wiping blood off his fangs, and there was someone else clapping and applauding his powers of observation. And long story short, that's my boy. His name is Frank Coterie. And I based him off Jared Leto in The Outsider. You should watch it. He has this fucking... the expression is so... You know, you think Jared Leto, first thing Joker, then you see this movie and you'll be like, there must be something.
Yeah.
He's being blinded by fucking Roll20. Hi, I'm Paul. I'm Paul. I'm probably the newest to have been
Turned.
embraced
Yeah.
by weird things in the night. I was not out of ordinary kind of guy. You'd see them a dime a dozen, you know, around. I was dragged to the island to deal with iGaming and financial stuff like that on that sort of side. Kind of bored of just seeing everyone else win when I could do it better. So looking at the numbers, you know, a slight tip there, a slight tip there, and a slight tip there with a bit of a cut from all of it. Slowly building up a retirement fund, I like to call it, until I caught the attention of someone I didn't want to catch the attention of. This stranger was alluring. I then started a nightmare that I wish, dear God, I wish to awake from. But I don't. It's been fun. It's been terrifying. No, it's been fun. No, it's been scary as shit. I'm not fond of blood. Oh, but I like blood. No, I don't like blood. Anyway, so I used to run around with a few people. Some would call them friends, others would call them acquaintances. I called them Minions 1, 2, and 3. I didn't really care. They were there to do whatever the fuck I told them to. Anyone hurts them, they hurt me. So I got their backs. I know they got mine. I definitely know that. And and now I just find myself working the eternal night shift, which is always great because the American market's open and there's a lot of money in the American market these days.
And you are also
Malkavian, yes.
Malkavian, yeah.
So there's two of us.
There's 2 Malkavians, a Tremere, 2
Lot of
PI,
aspects,
and a financial guy. Wow. This is...
So because I just, it would have been awesome. Like I had a build, and then I'm like, but does it really make sense? And I'm like, listen, then I'm gonna switch these to these, and I'm like, aha.
Just make sure to update your character sheet on Roll20.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that way it's up to date. I'm just gonna get you guys into the homebrew setting of my little legacy chronicle. Let's go it like that. Since we will be running it as a legacy form, because there are gonna be people on and off. So just to give you the basic setting, Malta has always been divided as North and South, as we all know. Same goes for the Vampire Society here on the island. The North is under the Anarch rule, and they are the only ones that basically is in the high number of neonats, acting as barons in prominent turf such as Slema, St. Julian, San Juan, Bujibba, and the sort. The South is, one would reluctantly say, Camarilla. However, this is only because it's the only part of the island which obeys the proportion that reflects vampire in, against population, right? What I mean by this, for those that is not so clear, is that there are 4 vampires residing in the south. One is descending from as back as the Knights of St. John. He is a 5th gen vampire. And the other 3 are 9th gen. They are elders from... So when we're looking at the oldest vampire living here, he is from the 1530s. Piero del Ponte, for those of you that know history.
No?
So he resides specifically in Birgu. And after the other 3 reside respectively in the other localities such as Isla, Valletta, and Conspicua. Just general knowledge that you guys know of. Now, they will control most of the legal system, so to speak, and they also specifically also control Gozo as well, which, despite it being in the north, it is still under their control. Let's get into now where you guys are from. So the majority of you guys are locals. However, a lot of vampires that reside here have pretty much came from abroad. Their sires are abroad. They've kind of moved away from their scene for their own specific reasons, such as Paul, for example, is one of them. And while some still kind of answer to their sire's call, others decided to stay away from their sires for their own specific reason again. Our adventure, our little chronicle, so to speak, begins as one night you awaken in your own private little place, whatever it may be it your apartment, your luxurious hotel, or whatever you want to call your little haven. And you've all received an invitation by a mutual friend. He's also known as the Baron. He's also the Baron of St. Julian's in specific. And the invitation is pretty much a poster. You would have respectfully received this either via your text, DM, or email for those of you that are not that don't want to keep their social medias up. The poster in itself is an invitation to a band that has just that on this night they are going to release their album. The band's name is Sanguelast, and the album Arise is what they're going to be featuring for this event. Along with this poster, which has the details of location, which is Access Club in Parcheville. The time starts, they're going to be starting at 9 p.m. And you have an added note from this Baron to meet him before you actually go there, and to meet him in a private room that he has in Intercontinental Hotel, room 309. He will give you more specifications as to why he's invited you for this once you get there. So, how do you guys use your method of transportation? What do you do? Do you have your own car? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you run it? And, do you use rooftops of sorts? Or, electricity lines? How do you get there?
I can go first.
Yeah, sure.
I have a pretty sizable sort of income, so it's not terrible. So I have my own car. I'm just gonna say it's like a BMW, sort of like a sort of dark black BMW. He's gonna drive there by himself. He's gonna have his retainer just stay back and do her jobs. And I'm gonna drive there. Yeah. Casually drive there. I'm gonna be there. Not early, but also not late. Like sort of in the middle. So yeah, that's my transportation. Simple as that.
All right.
Well, first things first, I'll go to the wardrobe, and I think Intercontinental and Axis. By the way, what era are we in? Is it 2000? Current era?
2018.
Alright. So I pick a suit for the prince. It's typically the traditional dark suit, modest tie and shirt, and then maybe I'll get an outfit which is more ravey and rocky friendly, and I'll drive my it would be a Mercedes, but not a classic one, more modern. That's my father's jet. Mine is more modern.
All right.
It's a silver Mercedes, and I hope the prince has free parking in the lot.
All right, well, I wake up. I suppose I go to get dressed, and I look through that wardrobe, and then I look through that one, and yeah. Pull on my nicest pair of looking jeans, brush away some crumbs, put on a nice looking shirt, put a hoodie on, and then I cycle, you monsters. Just because we're vampires doesn't mean we can fuck over the environment. While, just waving at people as I cycle down. Then when I get to the Intercontinental, it's not even my bike.
Are you wearing like a bright jacket to like?
No, it's just it's like a hoodie like this.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's just like a hoodie like this. No bright lights or anything. It's not even my bike. I just saw it. cycle down.
Would you say that you're driving I mean, you're cycling, not driving. You're cycling at a certain speed, which is like excessive for a bike to be handling. However, you don't.
Oh, for sure.
But
Yeah.
however,
like,
you don't go full on speed because obviously you don't want to break the Coterie.
Yeah, like, but also they say it's like have you ever seen that clip of the Le Mans guys like actually booking it? But then there's this guy who's like sitting there almost just like keeping pace, but like completely chill up. Yeah, like that. Like I'm booking it like faster than an air bike should, and it's like hello. I get to Intercontinental and it's like
All right,
done
so
his job.
yes, to answer your question, Frank, yes, the parking is free on the house. In fact, there is a specific person waiting for you, and the minute like he sees the license plates of Miles's car first, as you're about to kind of punch in for a ticket, he kind of knocks on your window, and
Rolling down. I'll look up.
Miles Coterie.
Yep, that's me.
All right, and he kind of waves at the security, gives them the go ahead, and the thing just lifts up, and you can just go and find your own parking.
I'm gonna drive that's closest to the gate.
Actually, there is a reserved area of 3
Okay.
parking spaces, and there's actually your names there, or your aliases, whatever you preferred to use.
Miles Coterie. Yeah, that's my mask. So yeah, I'll drive to my spot, and I'll get out.
Frank then drives up next, and the same thing. He kind of like holds you and knocks on your window. Frank Bugeja?
Yeah.
All right. No. He gives the signal. Same thing happens. You find your little parking. You already see Frank's car there as he's kind of just
Miles.
coming out of. Sorry, Miles coming out of his car as you kind of park next to his. And then you.
Bring, bring.
This guy.
Paul's running just a bit late, so I'm just gonna give the floor a bit to you two for a bit.
All right. So just for me and Luke to sort of get, do our characters know each? Since we're both PIs, do we already know each other because of jobs?
You guys.
We both probably work in the private sector now.
Yeah. You also know I have my own like small firm. It's called Coterie and Tanti Investigations. It's like a PLC. So.
You'd know of my stints, but as a fellow kindred, the cover, the mask, shall we say, is different now. It's
Okay.
more. Put it this way. It's more the type of security for hotels, the sort.
Okay.
Like when you have these massive parties and you need the fix-up guy, and there's someone who's doing a little bit of drugs and you need certain evidence tampered with and whatever.
Okay.
And that's what his current line of work is.
Yeah, Miles would be something like missing persons or any cases that people come for, like, oh, we need like your case, like the police don't know. In Kindred Society, he works for like Masquerade breakers. So if someone like breaks a Masquerade, he's on to like catch the.
It's a little bit like a fixer.
Yeah, some of the fixer, yeah, sort of a mix of that. So I'm getting out of my car. He's dressed in a dark red shirt that's sort of rolled up in the sleeves, dark pants, and a vest, like a dark vest. He's got also what seems to be like a tie, almost like a grayish tie. And he sort of steps out and he gives a smile to you as you park.
Frank gets out, fixes his coat. There's the scarf as well. Nods. And
Frank?
you're here to meet the boss. Miles, was it?
Yes, Miles. Yes, I'm here also for the Baron. Looks like we're all called in for the same reason, potentially. Looks like there's one more missing.
And as you kind of say that, you hear that exactly. You hear ding ding as he rides in. The individual that's kind of looking forward he looks at you up and down, going like, "Yes."
I'm here to see the Baron.
And he quickly looks at you. Okay, you must be Paul.
Yeah!
Right, did not expect you to come with that. We were notified that you
I
don't...
looked down at my Star Wars retro shirt. Like, it's my best shirt.
Okay,
What
just...
do you mean the bike? You mean the bike?
No.
Do you have a chain to fix that up with?
I mean, if you want, what's your name, mate?
Yvonne.
Not even my bike. It's not even my bike. Like I didn't want to
Okay,
order a taxi. So
right.
I think it's my neighbor's. No, my neighbor's.
Do I know of Paul by clan politics?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it'll be fine. I don't know. I'll just put it in the stairwell or something.
I walk over. It's okay. I know the fellow.
Hi, Frank.
Yes, the Baron is expecting him too.
Yes.
So shall I lift the gate? I'm not sure how to do this with a bike.
I get off. I pick it up and I just walk around. And then as soon as I'm around, I take it back off and I ride back into the garage. Freewheel back.
All right, and again, he kind of comes over this time, like with the chain in hands, like and the padlock. Is like, do you need these?
Yes, we do. Look it up.
Sure.
All right, he hands them over to you.
I hate to be that guy, but
I chain the bike to Frank's Mercedes wheel. Like, let's go.
Fuck you doing?
What? It's a garage. There's literally nothing else to chain it to, and your car's the closest to my empty spot.
How big is the bicycle? Can we dump it in the...
I mean, I said we could put it in the stairwell, but he gave me a lock and a chain, so I did that. I realized he also he didn't give me the combination, so...
I think this is...
We'll sort it out later.
Temporary, we can solve this. We can get in the... We can solve this another time if you want. Baron's expecting us, as you know.
I'll remove the bike from my Mercedes, and I'm like, you keep your bike?
Okay. I mean, the chain's broken now. I didn't know the combination, so...
Of course you didn't.
I like just drape it over the I just like drape it over the handlebar and like make it look like it's connected. It's not attached to anything. It's like, okay, that looks secure enough.
All right, so
Unlock my pocket.
Ivan walks over. He kind of fixes his bow.
I look at Frag. I look at him. I look at the guy who just walked over, and I'm like,
If you're wondering about whether you're dressed
I feel underdressed.
maybe you are.
All right.
Maybe you are.
I zip up my hoodie.
That's maybe better.
It's like a novelty hoodie, so when you zip it up, it's a bow tie.
It's okay. No worries.
Okay,
So-
that's a little bit better.
So, Ivan fixes his tie and clears his throat. If you can just follow me, please. And he starts leading the way to...
Some retainer?
Sorry?
Because I missed part of it. Ivan is...
Ivan is the guy who basically lets you guys in.
Okay.
He's the Baron's goon, basically.
Okay.
He leads you over to the elevator, and as you all kind of find your positions inside this elevator, he covers... he puts in a key and twists it and then puts in some kind of code using the own elevator floors and then hits the top floor. And the elevator starts going up. Ivan stays very silent there, straight. Ivan, just to give you a description, he's bold. He's got like a very refined jawline, a semi-body build. He's not exactly too muscular. He's got a bit of a chubby belly. He doesn't like have six-pack underneath. You could tell because it's just smooth against his very tight shirt. You kind of guess that he's wearing a tight shirt just to show off that he has some form of muscle to him, and he's just there standing very, very silent as the elevator is going up floor by floor.
And what clan is the Baron from?
So, the clan that the Baron is from, bear with me a moment. Let me bring out my digital notes now, because I have to switch over.
Yeah, just like dancing along quietly to the elevator music. Do ba do ba boo ba do da da do da.
Well, he's from the clan Tremere.
Ooh, ah, my cousin.
Anarchs and Tremere, okay. That's new, but it's a welcome addition.
Favorite world?
So you guys are silent in the elevator, you don't share words, or...
I think Frank would be a little bit more miffed at the whole Mercedes incident, so he'll just keep quiet.
Alright.
Miles is keeping an eye on the two other kindred. Just he's looking at Paul and Frank. He's just keeping an eye. He's smiling.
I catch his eye and I like.
Raise an eyebrow. Raise it back down.
Alrighty.
I would also, given my background, maybe analyze the two a little bit more. You know what I mean? The whole klepto business. But just for now, I'm just sizing them up.
Fair enough. Alrighty. So the lift, seeing that you're keeping your kind of...
Just before we get to the end, I take the padlock out of my pocket and I'm fiddling with it and I unlock it. Oh, it was 000. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna...
So, as the elevator actually makes its way up, the doors open. There's this, pre-recorded voice that dictates the floor, feminine. You're on floor level 12. And the goon basically makes his way over, across the bridge and into the building, and basically it's kind of like a fire escape route, one of them at least, because there's also stairs outside. But he leads you to this corridor. Eventually, you notice at the end of the corridor there are two other security kind of guys standing outside. One of them is rather thin in structure, very slim. The other one is a bit more physique heavy, and they're both kind of wearing identical, kind of tuxedo-ish looking uniforms. As the guy leading you comes in front of them and he says, they're here for the Baron. One of them nods, the big heavy guy nods, and he kind of reaches over with one hand and opens the door, kind of throws it open and stays back in his position, and he kind of gestures you guys inside.
Walk inside.
Yeah, I follow through, like looking around, just...
The room has been really modified from a normal hotel. It's one of these like very luxurious rooms, suites. And immediately you notice that the bed has like these petal roses. There's like champagne bottles in ice packs, in ice buckets. And you notice that the balcony window is open, and you see a guy leaning over as kind of puffs of smoke is kind of emitting from the face. You notice that he's actually smoking a cigar. He turns around at the sound of the door opening, and he doesn't really turn full body extent. He kind of just gestures his head, and he looks back out into the noisy view of Parcheville.
I go to the bucket of champagne and take out a piece of ice and start eating it. And then I go to stand on the balcony, or as close to the balcony as I can get, without being thrown off it.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm just gonna walk up to like I'll walk to where I expect the Baron is probably. That's the Baron, I imagine, and I'll say Baron. Give a smile, and then I'll wait.
I bow. Like, I've done things for this guy in the past, but this is like one of the first times I'm meeting him. I'm still nervous. Like, the guy's name's the Baron. It's like, oh, no, okay.
And what does Frank do?
He looks at the room, looks at the Baron. Good evening.
Evening to the three of you. I believe that you all owe me something. And when he says this, you remember that the last time you had encountered this Baron, he has this weird way of wanting to be greeted by slashing open your palm and let him lick the blood out of your open wounds to show loyalty to his mission that he's about to propose to you. He made a big deal about it last time, and despite that some of you kind of objected about his ways, you quickly learned not to object in this regard. So he's kind of waiting for you to do this.
Quick, Miles, yeah. Pocket knife out. Offers them, and he's not afraid. He's like, he knows.
He gently grabs your hand and he licks it off. He gives you this really like cocky smile, like you learned kind of expression. He grabs Poe's hand. He reluctantly looks at it.
It's like badly scratched. I'm like, Miles, can I forgot my knife in my other hand, my other pants. Thanks.
I give him my pocket knife, yeah, and I'll take it back.
There you go.
Offer it to Frank.
He reluctantly looks at Poe's hands, and he doesn't even lick per se. Just with the tip of his tongue, he just touches the receding blood, and he lets quickly go of your hand. He looks over.
I'll see if there's a knife in the room besides Miles, because
there is there's a razor blade next to a pile of cocaine, actually, that you've noticed. Just as you're looking for the knife, you just then see it there on in front of the mirror where there's his items, folded clothes.
Nice.
Oh, there's some in like little packages.
Okay, what? It's like, okay. Trevor are usually the nerdy guys, but good on you. And I take this knife in particular, and I polish it. I take out a handkerchief or something, and I do produce a cup because I have manners. And I slice the palm. I mean, if it were immortal, I would wail, but I'm not, so I'll just slice the palm. And then I present it to the Baron.
And he gladly drinks this little cup of blood that you presented to him. He's like, now that is class. And he kind of puts it down to the nearest vacant surface. Now that greetings are accord the way they should be, the way I want them to be, I believe that you are all here because you've received my invitation.
That is correct.
Indeed.
He's wearing like this waistcoat on him. He quickly reaches inside and pulls out three glossy parchment, so to speak, very slender and small in size, and he hands one each to you. And you realize they are VIP tickets to the event that you've received. Does anyone know about this band?
Would I, more given my background in fixing entertainment, know about it, maybe streetwise?
Can you give me a roll? You need 2 success.
Alright.
So, to roll, you just have to look at skills. Look for a skill called Streetwise.
Streetwise. Oh, there it is. What does 1 dot mean?
It means you have 1 die. Dots is how much dice you can roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Click on Streetwise, and then it should tell you like which attribute you want to use. I imagine this is intelligence, though.
Yes,
Wits
exactly.
or intelligence.
Or
Yeah.
wits or intelligence, yeah, I would say wits as well.
Actually, I'm not gonna roll. I don't think Miles is very. It's not even. He's not in the entertainment business, so I'm not gonna roll for him.
Okay, my intelligence has 3 dots with 7 as my wit, so either or.
Must. Well, to be fair, just as a clarification, wit is more like
Quick
in
thinking.
the end, the term is more like wisdom and alertness.
Okay,
kind
that's
of
right. Then
thing.
it'd be intelligence, yeah. So I suppose I'd do a check to see if I've heard of it, because people
You could, yeah.
go to parties and stuff all the time.
This is not Miles' business, so I'm not rolling for him. He's not an entertainment guy. So
I'm assuming extra dice is 0.
0, please, yeah.
Difficulty, it's got it at 2.
2.
Okay.
All right.
3 and a 1.
Okay, so yeah, you've heard of them. Whoa, nice. That's a lot of dice there.
jeez.
All right, so
Wait, I can't. Sorry.
you don't have your bloods.
No, it's not a question of mana. So I went on Streetwise, and
Yeah.
it's not. How do I? So input value. So there's wits and intelligence. So I guess intelligence.
Yeah.
And then I said submit,
Mm-hmm.
and then it said extra dice. Do I input the dice for the Streetwise?
No. You leave it as it
Extra
is.
dice is 0.
And
So,
then I have submit.
The extra
Difficulty
dice
two?
is there just in case you're going to be using an advantages or
I
stuff like
think
that.
I wrote something.
So with the rolls,
Okay.
it's on a D10. So is 5 to 10 a success, and 1 to
to 10.
6 to 10 is a success, and 1 to 5 is a fail.
Once 5 fair, yeah. If you get double tens, you get 4 successes.
Nice.
Because it's
And
concentrated.
I wrote
the
twice
double
because I must have.
I have a question, Dom. Do we start with 1 hunger?
Yes. Well, we don't. We
What?
definitely start with 1 hunger,
Yes.
and you should have roused.
I have 1 colored in the hunger check, so I'm assuming that means 1 hunger. All right.
I'm checking with Dom because I know in like the pre-game we did was like we started with no hunger.
But there was a
No.
reason for that.
There's a reason, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah. But we'll so we start 1 hunger. All right. There we go.
All right. So, yeah,
Yeah.
both of you heard about the band. Paul in specific, just heard they came from abroad and they're kind of doing this European tour, wherever there is a number of vampires in specific. However, Frank has heard not just about the band, but the lead singer of the band is also a kindred. And they have this vampiric team because of their lead singer. And what you do know as well, Frank, is that in
And
their
Rice Dust
in their
is very
last show, there was a public display of him feeding off a mortal, and a lot of
Pass
people,
the way as entertain.
yeah,
These motherfuckers.
the Baron
Can I-
looks over at you and he's like, "Indeed, we have to make sure that does not happen here."
They got a
Could
good
I,
sick beat.
Can I get some context here? I'm not in the entertainment business, but I wouldn't know the band.
You've heard of Rice and Lestat. Lestat especially. Not Interview of the Vampire, more like Queen of the Damned. That's what you're looking at.
The music's pretty sick. Got a good bass.
mean,
A bit cliche, I must say.
And would I know the clan of this individual? The lead singer, that is. Or and he's a male, right? So
You got how many successes?
I wrote twice, so pick for yourself because I was mistaken. I thought I didn't hear the first time.
The first one is 3, the second one is 6. So
First one.
I'll go with the first one. No, you don't know which clan he belongs to. You know, for sure.
What nationality are they? That's not a question, which we should at least discuss between us then. Or I'm making a mental notes rather.
Okay, so we'll open this discussion with the Baron in that case rather than your personage. The nationality is Bulgarian.
Rolls the eyes, but
Nice.
And what did this band do wrong to us? Again, just needs context.
no. There's nothing wrong. There's just a need for observation and ensuring.
The lead singer is a bit, from my information.
Artistic license taken too far.
And Miles sort of sees a little bit with a sigh. Well, I guess that is of interest if he is a breaker. He might break.
Now, as you know, probably, locally, if we were all on the same side, this would cause somewhat of an issue, but it could be more under control if, you know, the island wasn't so split up as it is. However, unfortunately, the South are trying to find any excuse to just say, listen, you're not capable of running the North anymore. And this is a perfect excuse, I think, if this goes as far as it is in their last concert.
Excuses.
Where was the last concert done?
The last concert was done in Italy.
Oh, yeah, that explains it then, doesn't it?
Yes, it's actually made the headlines, if not bigger than the time that Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off that bat.
I wonder if they're going to be singing for Bulgaria at Eurovision this year.
I highly doubt they would do that.
In any
Never know.
case, if he has done this open feat, he's just given the kindred community up there a show of the Inquisition, which is bad, very bad.
Now, another thing that we have to be careful of is that tonight there will also be the Baron of Rabat. Also, for those of you who know of him, also know that he is the sole head of the Anarch movement and the biker movement known as Hell's Angels. So,
Bruja?
yes, Bruja.
Yes.
Bless you.
Well,
What else?
Anyone wants to fill in the new guy what Bruja are?
Bruhara of the rebellious sort. They are.
leather jackets, bikes.
Well, that's
That's a
cool.
matter of philosophy somewhere.
They used to be great philosophers, until many years after that. Now they go be freedom rabblers and the kind. For the Anarchs, it's good. Not my particular liking, but what can you do?
I mean, we do live under the Anarch route simply because it's more convenient for our society to get along with all of this. However,
I agree.
they take it to the old school.
Yes, we need subtlety, I suppose.
So your job is very simple, gentlemen, tonight. You will observe, and if need be, you will cause distractions if such a thing were to repeat itself locally.
That's important job.
Yes.
Should be simple.
In exchange, I will owe you all a boon if this goes smooth tonight.
All right.
Awesome. A question for the Baron.
Yes.
The pile of cocaine. Can I borrow some? Not for me. Well, Not all of it for me.
We can't use it, you do know, as kindred.
No, I've been trying.
Actually, Paul has an advantage that allows him to enjoy these things.
Oh.
So yeah, some of it for me, a little bit for me. But if we're gonna go see a band, particularly, I mean, a band in general, cocaine helps get through crowds.
Could you specify exactly the use? I don't want this falling back on me.
Bribery. No, bribery.
Right.
If we want to get past bouncers.
Method of payment, so to speak.
Pretty much. I got a gift for you.
Unusual ways, but I guess we could make an arrangement, and he kind of like...
The future.
We need to keep an eye on him, right?
Oh, the lead singer, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I have something I can use, but I need to create it.
Okay.
What?
I look at the rest. I have a little ritual. I believe my good Tremere cousin probably knows of it. I can make a bloodstone.
All right.
I have my so I would see that Miles has his gear gun, like his ritual gear, like in his back of the car, just when he needs to use it. So I can make a bloodstone, and that can be used. We can track him if we have to, but he needs to be,
Let's hope it doesn't have to go that far, and I just hope that he just does his music thing and just fucks off.
When is he coming?
Oh,
Tonight? Tomorrow?
He's here, and you're going tonight. It's a bit short notice.
The session starts at 9. What's the time now?
It's currently around like 7:30, 8.
I look at my watch like, all right, cool. So 7:30. It's 7:45. So he starts at 9. We're gonna want to leave now if we want to get in earlier than 9:30, 10 o'clock. Especially if it's an album release party. I think I got a guy I could call. Is it Minion 3 or 4? No, it might be 5. 5's good with the party scene. Oh, it's someone I can talk to, I think. He might be able to get us in the front door quicker.
In the meantime, while you're kind of discussing, he has his back towards you and he's just pining small baggies of cocaine. He gives you 5. He looks over really quickly to... Sorry. He looks really quickly over to Frank. He's like, I trust you can handle this one. He is one of yours after all. And he gives Paul the 5 baggies of coke.
Awesome. How much is a baggie? Just.
Oh my god. So D&D.
No, it's just in general. No, I'm asking the business. Like, how much do you normally charge?
I only get the best, so.
Oh. Okay.
You're looking at quite a sum in your hands there.
So I pop them in, and
and please don't just give them to anyone, just for the sake of a bribe. Like, make sure they slip in the, and don't put yourself. I'm just gonna say it out loud, just for the sake of it being said. Don't pose yourself as a pusher.
No, right. I can't do that. People I know might be at this thing. I have a job.
Right.
Perhaps you could leave those to me.
I give the Baron 300 euros. I'm just like, that's all my cash for the me. It'll cover some of it. I'll try and bring back some at the end of all this. I don't want to get rid of it all.
How do you give him the 300? Is it like in 10s, 50s?
Oh, it's 20s. So because I pull out a wad of 20s. And it's like
he kind of looks at them and is like, I haven't touched one of these in a very long time.
Oh, I could bank transfer you some more if you want. No, I can.
That's fine. Don't worry.
All right, here you go.
I could have.
I put them next to the empty blood cup. Like I think this is where we put stuff. I don't know.
All right, sure.
Is there or just for you, just for the club, is there catwalk so we can potentially keep an eye on our guests?
Unfortunately,
Cameras?
Cameras, yes, there are. But in relation to catwalks, I'm not sure what the setup is for tonight. Unfortunately, for some reason, my guys have no say in what's going on tonight. I don't know how, I don't know why.
Nope.
And I will find out what happened for them to be kind of blindsided. This is why I'm not liking the situation, to be honest.
What
It
happened?
makes sense. It makes sense.
It's a discussion for another time.
All right, well,
I just hope that we don't have to talk about it, really.
Nah. Make for awkward dinner talk.
unless absolutely necessary, and might cause a problem to us, then we can table it for another time.
Right.
All right.
In the meantime, I think it's best we scope the place, see what we have, see what good places we can keep an eye on.
All
This
right.
is happening. I'm just texting. Hey, Minion 5, you at that album release party tonight at the Access Club? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Smiley face. Send.
All right. Frank, anything
Hey,
specific
Minion
that
3.
you...
So Frank has this. Wait a sec. One moment.
Sure, no worries.
Because I lost you guys. Anyway, Frank is like computing stuff in his mind. He's still thinking security, private rooms, VIPs, and then he's thinking Coke ? And how willing are you to assert your dominance with this Bulgarian fellow? Because we could persuade him to come to this establishment in discreet measures, and you could have a bit of a chat.
The only problem that I have, Frank, is as much as a rogue character this lead singer of the band is, I don't know what strings are attached to him and how far they go. Now, business here is doing pretty good, I have to admit. Pachelville is booming ever since what's his face got, killed and his son took over. Businesses with Hugo's son is doing quite well at the moment. I'm liking the new way things are going. It's opening more possibilities now.
Minion 7.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to call you back.
However, if it arises, I'm pretty sure we can hold him somewhere, and we could get in touch with a few people I know in Bulgaria.
Okay.
All right.
So for now, we don't. Do we avoid talking to him, or do we just keep an eye on him? That's all.
Just
In either case, you have to be discreet.
yes. As our masquerades lets
That's
us.
Here's an odd question: Has he not spoken with any of the barons to come here? I mean,
No, I'm telling you, he's a rogue character. Out of the blue, I've heard of a band coming. I had no idea it was this band until just short notice. To be honest with you, there's a lot going on. I'm currently in discussions to see if I can actually take numero uno for myself. To be honest with you, that seems to be quite a more popular income. But things are still in the talks right now, to be honest.
well, generally,
This just caught my attention last minute, and what I've read in the Italian tabloids and newspapers worries me, and the fact that he's in my domain is,
well, if he's since he's a kindred, normally wouldn't he supposed to speak with you?
Yes, he should
Motivated.
have.
Would have, and he hasn't.
Unfortunately, it seems like he's just in and out of this whole thing. We'll see.
I know these types. We'll have to.
Keep an eye on him.
And
best
we'll
we
have
can
to
do.
blackmail. Yeah. Okay.
Well, if I would suggest if he breaks a tradition on camera, we can cut the feed, and then we intercept him. If he's in your domain, I would. I don't want to be this is beyond Anarchs. We can do what we need to do, but he's feeding on your domain.
I trust that and I don't want to really get into it in detail right now, but if things get really bad, I trust, and he gives you a really like a scary look, one of these really intimidating looks. Frank is like, I can trust we can get in touch with your sire to arrange things.
Here you mentioned Frank or Miles?
No, Frank.
Frank, sorry.
I look up from my phone like.
Of course.
All right, then it is arranged. Gentlemen, it is getting late, and I don't want you to be late to do whatever scouting you need to do, or whatever, however you do things these days. So I will need to make the normal business calls of the evening to other colleagues and such. Help yourselves out. Thank you again. Please report as soon as everything ends.
I awkwardly bow again. Baron, and walk out to the elevator.
Kind of nods.
As we sort of walk out, I'm gonna ask to the both of them. Actually, just So, who is the lead singer's name again? Escapes me.
Shall we wait for...
Sorry. It's this.
Oh, you still here?
Yeah.
Surrounded by darkness, getting full into the.
I was obfuscating. No.
Whoa, the darkness.
No.
I asked what's the singer's name again?
I quickly Googled the band. And what's the name? Toothy McTootherson. Right. That can't
Those-
be right. Wrong page.
Sanguinarium Alterium.
Ooh.
Oh.
And Red's like a Warhammer fucking action.
Bit full of himself.
So his name, at least he goes by Alex, but it's spelled Aleksi.
Oh. So his mom sneezed when writing his birth certificate.
EXI.
Okay, his name's Alex, but not in any way you would expect it to be spelt. He's 5'3". He's got blue eyes, long hair. Wait a minute, this isn't. Ooh, this Wikipedia page gets a little too insightful.
I'll look up the name myself on my phone, and I'll get a good description look on him. And
Meanwhile,
Masquerade Breach.
have I would I have received a response from minion number 4 about getting into the place early?
So
I say minion number 4. His name's probably Fred.
what you do see when you do Google the band and you kind of want to know more about the individual, this is one of the headshots that you do see of him.
okay.
Well, he looks like a convict.
In my time with them, yep, he definitely looks like one.
What do you reckon he went to prison for? I reckon
Drug
petty
use.
larceny.
Drug use?
No, his skin's too clean. I reckon it was drug selling.
Could be.
Just standing in the elevator, chatting about this guy selling drugs. Yeah. Oh, by the way, have you guys ever said blah blah blah? Like that's not a thing we have to worry about, is it?
Blah blah blah. What do you mean?
Blah blah blah. You know the in all the movies
No.
and stuff. No.
You
It's
see-
never
you-
like one slips out.
You see the goon in the elevator just gonna... Just lets out one of those, snorting laughs.
Did I see he did? Oh no, he's laughing at me. Okay. I'm just asking, that's all.
I mean, hey, if people think it that way, that's good. That means that the Masquerade keeps keeping up pretty well.
True, I suppose.
I'm gonna quickly text my retainer area. I'm gonna start calling him. I'm gonna call her. Text her just. I'm gonna be at this club and hotel. Gonna be busy. Just continue on your work any cases you have. You name it. So I just sort of send her that so like stay busy. So and I look at the other two. So what shall we do with this fellow? How are we gonna keep watch on him?
Well,
I'm thinking.
If we can get invited backstage,
I think we just got a pass. If I'm correct.
That doesn't mean we can get backstage, though.
That's true.
But if we can get backstage, we should be.
It's not if, darling. It's when we get backstage.
I mean, yeah. I'm waiting on a.
So what do we do when we go backstage?
Well, if we go backstage, we get chummy with some member of the band and/or groupies. That means we get to be there when they're playing. It also means we're going to be closer to them, so if he does start to get hungry, we can cut that shit there. And that's fun to do backstage, because that's where all the technology is. So you pull the plug, lights go out, push a cup of water on the mixing board, no noise. We could cause any form of havoc or disruption and play it off his drunk's clumsiness.
You could do the drunk art. Yeah. You could be that groupie who wants the signature and you're getting gold too close and up and close and person with him, and we can do the rest.
I mean, sure.
I can. I do suggest maybe one of us, just in case, keep an eye on the cameras. Maybe I can go do that. Maybe.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan. Cut them off early in case he does look a bit blah blah blah. See, you do say it.
Want me to take care of that, Frank, or shall I?
I think you should if you feel more comfortable with them technology.
Oh yes, I am. No worries. Having to use cameras for living. I'll handle it. In the meantime, you two just keep an eye on the backstage then, and I'm going to quickly just take a look at the floor, just to see what we have, and then I'll go to the camera room and keep an eye out there.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
As we get out of the elevator, I get curious about what the Baron said about only getting good shit. So I just like, oh wow, that is good shit.
Raising an eyebrow.
My.
Shall we share our numbers? Maybe get a good. Shall we share our numbers just in case I get made a call?
Yeah.
Takes out a burner phone. Very generic. You guys really should work on getting a secure system, Generic.
Oh, it is. Which WhatsApp do you want? Do you want the work one, the private one, the blood-sucking one, or do you want the hookup one? I got a few different numbers.
Just
I'll give you the blood-sucking one, the blah one. There you go.
Oh, well.
And I pull out a business card. Like, no, not that. There you go.
Well, I give you guys, but my PI sort of like card, or like my numbers there. That's my number.
Nice card. Put the number in my phone.
I exchanged my numbers, but there are no cards.
Okay. Put it in my phone. All right, I've just sent you guys an invite to a group WhatsApp channel. Let me know when you get it. And you just see the opening message, just, hey, besties, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face.
Good lord.
There's a sigh. Oh, well. Alright, well then. I'll take a run, look at the floor, and then I'll make my way to the camera room. So, good luck with the backstage.
So
So
you arrive at Axis, right? At this point. They're doing like the last minute sound checks. You kind of hear the band just going this heavy music. It's not even. It's kind of a mixture between like the music at least is really good. You hear the music and it's kind of catchy beats. You know, you hear the bass and the drums. You can't really make out the lead guitars and all that, but the vocalist really sounds like punkish. The way he's pronouncing the lyrics in Bulgarian is kind of this. I don't know if you know about punk music, but it's very much like statement, 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 statement. Very little rhyme to do with one phrase to the other.
I woke up. I ate breakfast. I then called my mom. That kind of.
Does any of you actually have linguistics?
Not Bulgarian.
Oh.
I'm usually the wise guy, but I'm more the street guy.
Fair enough. Okay, so none of you understand Bulgarian. Okay.
No.
Linguistics
Yeah.
languages, is that its listening, performance? Or
No. It's usually with
okay.
academics, and
Yeah.
you take it as a merit. Or
It's
an
a
assignment.
merit. Yeah, it's a merit, like a language of merit. I do have academics 1, but that's
No,
it.
Paul doesn't have because
I just got academics. If that. Okay.
All right, no. So you're not understanding what the fuck he's saying in Bulgarian. This harsh kind of
It's
like
just that.
tonality to the music.
But I do point to Isles and I say,
Yeah.
better him forward.
Yeah.
You could, given your Jameer stuff, you should check into it because maybe it's unlikely, I don't know, but it could be. No, you guys use your word for making stuff happen, and
Well, if I had time.
Bulgarian.
If I had
Not
time,
good.
yes. Unfortunately, time is of the
Right.
essence with us. But I will keep my eyes out. I am specialized with these. If
Just to give you a better understanding of the surrounding as well, there's already a queue piling up down the streets to access. There are 5 bouncers. 2 of them kind of going up and down the aisle, kind of adjacent to each other. Parallel to each other. Just kind of making sure everyone's kind of, not rousing any form of unnecessary, chaos or whatever it is. Especially with the younger crowds, since they're the louder type. The other 3. 2 stand at the door, and the other one is kind of just pacing in the inner quarter of it, just kind of pacing around with his hand against his earpiece, and he's kind of blabbing away. You can't hear what he's saying over the loud sound checks. Just that's kind of what you're looking at. Have you ever been at Exis, by the way? Have you ever visited? So Exis is very close. How do I explain this? I mean, you could Google map it really and truly, to be honest. But it's near the sea, and you could actually see Dragonar Hotel across from this point. So it's on this area, and the whole the whole pavement, not balcony, sorry, the whole pavement is lined up with roughly around. You could kind of say there's about 250 people. Ish, slowly starting to add up in numbers as the time is getting closer to the opening.
Okay.
Alright.
How's the floors? How's the floor of the club? Like, what's the?
You guys
How many floors are
you guys are not inside yet, just to make it clear. So you're outside. Sorry,
Alright.
I should have been clear about that.
No, sorry. Yeah. All right, well, let's make our way in.
I walk up to the front of the line.
The bouncer kind of immediately kind of looks at you. It's like, "Oi there, what do you think you're doing?"
Not that pocket. I got ticket. They're my 2 friends, and I pull out the VIP ticket.
Okay, VIP. He kind of takes your ticket, looks at it, grabs a barcode scanner from his pocket, scans it. Okay, legit. Please stay in the VIP area. You go in and take a left. Okay, stay there. Don't roam around. Okay, stay there.
All right, thanks very much. I'd step forward. I look. So I look left to see where I go. All right, cool. Instantly look right as well to see what happens if I look right. What do I see?
So basically, access the way they lay out is like the minute you come in, and you have the initial area, which is like you see the bars getting ready, you know, the barmen and bar women just preparing the stuff for the night, refrigerating stuff, you know, stock that's just coming in really quick, icing stuff last minute, which is beers and all this stuff, and in front of you you have another bar which is in the center, and in the middle of the bar there's already poles set up, probably for pole dancing and such, and so the area is separated, which is where the center bar is probably where the main crowds are, and you do notice that there is this kind of barrier made up to kind of escort to the left to another section which takes you to the front of the stage. The stage is all the way in front, right? So
Nice.
that's kind of your setup. Towards your right is basically towards the bathrooms and the coat room that they have.
All right. Looks nice. I'm slowly walk through, looking around, just seeing things.
Give him my VIP card to the bouncer.
He kind of scans it. Okay.
So-
You go in to your left. VIP area.
I'll start going.
Does the VIP pass give us a +1, or is it just one only?
Each ticket is for one individual.
Oh.
So I'm gonna walk in. I'm gonna take a look around, and as I'm sort of looking around the place, as I'm sort of entering, I'm gonna activate unseen presence. Seeing the unseen, sense the unseen. My bad.
Yeah.
To see if there's anyone using obfuscate.
Okay.
Right. So that is either
Excellent.
as wits plus auspex or resolve plus auspex. I'll go with wits because my highest. So
And difficulty, make it 4.
okay. Difficulty quattro. Ooh, that is.
So that's
Two
just
successes. That's not enough. Two successes.
so. As you look around, you do, however, kind of notice that one thing that Paul probably hasn't noticed, where the cameras are set up for recording the session, which are kind of they're strategically put in a way that they're hidden from the obvious eye view.
Okay.
Right, but since you're
Yeah.
kind of looking around and also using your unseen presence, you do spot them in like this very darkened area. They're with their headsets and everything, and these it's not just handheld; it's like the proper, mounted cameras.
Okay. All right. Okay, interesting. All right. I sort of I take notice of this, and I will walk to the VIP area. I don't. So originally I was going to go to the camera room. Do we have access to that or no?
To which room?
Camera room, where like all the cameras of the club are.
No, you don't.
Oh, we don't have. Okay, then that changes plan then.
Yeah.
Change your plans then.
I would have changed into more party-ish clothing, which is, more in line with what these young mortals would be wearing these days.
So jeans and a
I
t-shirt.
And maybe a jacket because it's winter, I suppose.
Yeah,
Or
we
something
could
like
say
that.
it's end of winter time, so it's probably like April, May times. So
Yeah, so
The-
it would be a light jacket, the one that you would post in the cloakroom stuff. And yeah, I would follow the guys, and I would activate Auspex, and I would use either investigation or awareness, depending on which. I think investigation is more obvious because of the trained eye kind of thing.
We're like the epitome of young money and old money in the way we dress.
Are you also using heightened senses? Are you using heightened senses?
Yes. So it's a +1.
So you have to add 1 to your.
Yeah. So
What are you looking for exactly, though? Like what's kind of your aim to do with this?
I think it's a general look for the time being, and then if something catches my attention,
Let's set a difficulty 3 then. This is just a general feel of things.
and extra dice 1. My specialty wouldn't work, and
You are really
Ma-
getting good at dice.
man,
You're dice tonight.
yesterday, I will shit you not. I passed my rouse check, and I mean, it was hilarious. DM is like, give me this difficulty. I'm like, boom, and I'm like,
There's
whoa,
one thing
and I should be
There's one thing I do need
breaking
to
inside,
fix.
but no.
Because you don't have your hunger 1 there. So I just fixed it on your character sheet. Because I noticed you're rolling.
I'll take my chances where they come, eh?
Alright, so I will count this roll just for this one, but you do have the hunger die here on forward.
Of course.
So,
Wait, where's the... okay.
so
Nice.
you kind of examine the entire room, right? And you're looking
Yes,
for...
I scan... I take my time, you know.
Okay, so you notice in specific, seeing that it's such a high number, you do notice in specific there is about 4 photographers, all of them from local newspapers.
Oh, shit.
Where's the Love and Malta guy?
Actually, there's no... Love and Malta is more of a tabloid than a newspaper, but he's...
It would be probably, you know...
Where's the Times of Malta guy? The Love and Malta guy's in the queue outside.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Back in 2018, probably, yeah. So there are 4 photographers, each from all the newspapers, and you've kind of noticed them. One of them, you know personally from previous encounters that he could kind of give you hints and tips of things that are happening in the scene. Kind of your go-to guy sometimes to get a lead on stuff. You do also notice where the cameramen are, and one guy in specific that it really brings your attention is in the center where the drinks are. You see this unusual person that is kind of like dressed in this casual smart clothing with this name tag around his thing on his cell phone, and he's just pacing, and he's just like with his free hand just kind of grabbing his hair and scratching it, and the conversation looks quite intense to you. He's no one that you know in specific, but he kind of he gets your attention.
I'll activate heightened senses of hearing, and and if I see Miles around, I'll just, you know, tell him to the knife.
The conversation that's happening is unfortunately in Bulgarian. From the sense of tone that you are getting, it seems like there's a sense of worry in his tone.
And I can see his body language as well. Like,
Yes. So the body language is pretty much like altogether. It screams out, something's not right. There's something not right going on with whatever that phone call is doing. You're not sure whether it has to do with the event or not, but that phone call seems intense enough to say that there's something not right with that phone call. The guy is clearly worried. Yeah, I think I would just leave it at that for you.
So I see Frank sort of like, Frankie sort of like look at Miles. Miles sort of looks at you. He sort of looks at the guy. He'll sort of walk up and he'll sort of whisper, we got someone who's pretty exasperated.
We'll need a distraction.
Or we can one of us go talk to him and see what's happening with him.
But he's Bulgarian, and you don't know him.
That's true.
I've
Or-
got an idea.
But you
I'm gonna walk up to the because he's by the drinks, right?
Yep.
So I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna pick up a drink, and as I go to walk up to pick up the drink, I'm gonna bump into him and look at. Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry, I didn't see you there. In English, to see if he understands me.
He looks over. He kind of in Bulgarian at first he curses the minute you hit him. Then he realizes you're just kind of one of the people that came to the venue. He says, "Sorry."
Oh, it's my bad. Yeah, have a drink, mate.
No.
Come on.
No drink.
Come on.
Do you want to persuade him into drinking?
Yeah. Try and get him loosened up so I can talk to him. So you want persuasion, right?
Yep. And you could either use charisma or manipulation. Depends how.
My manipulation has got more dots than charisma, so I feel like I try to manipulate him into it.
Okay, sure. So difficulties, give it a difficulty 3.
No extra dice, difficulty 3, you say?
Yes, please. The guy, you're being very persuasive, and you're kind of giving him a very weird vibe, and he just goes like, please go back to your VIP. Yeah, go back VIP.
Finish the 2, pick up a 3rd, and I'll walk back to him.
Okay.
Ah.
He carries on his conversation in Bulgarian. This time it seems very hurried, kind of the worry stands within his tone of voice, and he kind of just looks at his phone, kills the call, puts it in his pocket, and he quickly, quick pace, walking across the venue over to the backstage.
Can I, as he was talking, whatever, can I discreetly make sure he's not he can't really see me? I'm gonna take a photo of him, photo of him and his face.
All right.
On his smartphone.
Let's see how fast you are to do that. So I would say, let's go with stealth.
Okay.
And resolve, please.
Ooh, okay, that's not too shabby. Stealth and resolve.
And difficulty will set it at 3 as well, because he's quite in a hurry. You didn't expect him to end the call so soon. Unfortunately,
okay. I would like to spend the willpower.
Okay, spend the willpower.
That's one. I take 1 point of superficial, so I'm gonna re-roll. I'm just gonna roll 3d10s. /R 3d10. No, not enough.
No, unfortunately. First and foremost, the area is too dark. The grain that you get on your camera phone is too much, and he's walking a bit too fast, and you just get this grainy blur as you were trying to take the photo.
How populated is the venue at the moment?
At the moment, it is simply the 4 cameramen, you 3, maybe another 5 individuals that made it up early. So that's, you're already looking at 9 plus yourselves. That's 12. Do you want to cruise the stuff of the bar to this?
Martyrs, yeah, of course.
I would say that your current population in the venue is give or take around 27 people, excluding yourselves at this point, though.
Yeah, of course. And where is he heading exactly? So he was at the bar, right? And just at the stage.
He's your lead to the backstage. Something that you didn't quite notice where the leading to the backstage is. He kind of gave you that direction. And the only reason why you know it's the backstage is because the curtain he pulls, you could see there's a woman with like a clipboard and this huge headset with a mic, and she's kind of just talking into it, and as she sees him through, she kind of waves hi. He ignores her, and that's the scene you see when the curtains come back to close.
I walk. I follow him. Activate Silence of the Blood.
Ooh.
And when there's enough discretion, I'll activate. I'll have to rouse for it.
Yeah. You do.
Activate unseen passage. And then it's automated that Ghost in the Machine, it doesn't need a rouse check. It's just.
Okay.
And of course, if I see the others, I'll motion to them or I'll text them later. So, rouse is.
So.
Right?
Oh no.
Do I get hungry?
Yeah, you get hungry.
Oh, do you have the voice like Jason Carl or I don't know.
The beast.
I don't know.
Annoying
It's,
beast.
As
yeah.
because you're this is not your natural environment, right? Doing
The backstage is more my natural environment.
exactly,
Yeah.
but the scenario right now is kind of like, you're in a venue where it's going to be like heavy metal music, whatever it is that you listened to earlier. There's a lot of commotion going around. It's a bit out of your comfort zone here before you get there. Through the frustration of it all, as you arouse your blood to do this, you feel this inside of you. This like you feel the beast already, kind of like there's food tonight, and it knows it.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. That's a good boy.
I'm gonna head to the VIP area, or sort of said. How's the VIP area like?
So the VIP area is basically a give or take about 20-25 feet worth of space between the stage and the bar, the railing which separates you from the other crowd that's going to be there. As I said, there is the four photographers up front. They're not talking to each other, just kind of scrolling through their social medias. They're doing whatever. The other individuals in the VIP are a group of friends, and they're just kind of in their metal shirts. Nothing that represents this band, of course. So some of them have like Metallica, Dimmu Borgir, and all different band shirts. One of them in specific has like spikes, eyeliner, letting his hair down. He's the most quiet of them all. So this is kind of your VIP setting at the moment. And what is Paul doing after he got the drink? Like, I'm just really curious at this point. Like, where do you stand?
Well, I was starting to head back to them, but I've noticed him go off and try to do that, and then so I was like, I just sort of try to mingle. Just
Your options are either you mingle with the group in the VIP area, or you mingle with the staff.
I'm going to try and mingle with the staff.
All right, cool. We'll come to that in a bit. What were you going to do?
As a sort of area, I'm just sort of going to take a look, and I'll give a smile to the people there. And if there's a seat, I'm going to take a seat where I could see the band, like where they come from, and sort of like I have a good vantage point of the band and like a little bit of the floor.
Okay, so there isn't really seating per se. What there is these kind of standing tables, these elongated kind of sit-up tables. But there are stools, maybe 3 around each one. There's maybe 4 on each side in the VIP area, which you could stand at. So probably you're taking one of those.
Yeah, I'll taking one of those stands where I can essentially like get a good vantage point of the band and a little bit of the floor, and I'm just gonna sort of. I'll sort of keep an eye out. I'm going to just sort of smile and look sort of like someone's interested in the band and listening to the music, but I'm actually activating heightened senses myself and keeping like I'm using my eyes sort of see clearly of the area.
Okay,
That's like a walk essentially.
Okay, so we'll go back to your little thing, Paul. So you're chatting up with one of the waitresses.
Just before I go to chat up, I'm going to have a quick look at the ticket, and I'm going to see if there's any information on there, like sponsorship information or anything like that. Who sponsored the band to be here? Like, because normally there's like a company that's sponsoring it or something.
There's a couple of logos, local logos. You have Chisk, you have a couple of others, like one related to the sound. The other one is related to the venue itself. Just a couple of ones that you normally see that sponsor these events.
Yeah, like that. Okay, cool.
So nothing that really catches your eye that is kind of like, oh, that's interesting. Why would they sponsor?
Not necessarily like that. But yeah, so I'm gonna pretend to be from Chisk.
Okay. So, all right. So what are you saying to this waitress?
So I'm gonna go over, and obviously I'm coming from Chisk, so I helped sponsor this event. I need to go speak to the band manager about something to do with our contract. They forgot to sign a page on the contract, so I just need to go quickly see him, and I kind of got a little bit lost. I thought I saw him heading backstage, and I was going to follow, but I wasn't sure if I could just follow in or if I needed to check in with someone first. Or...
She kind of looks at you kind of up and down with, seeing the attire you're wearing. Can you roll me a subterfuge and manipulation, please?
That one.
Subterfuge with manipulation. Yeah.
No extra dice. What's my difficulty?
Because she's very suspicious, I would say 4.
Alright, cool.
And D2.
2 or 4.
She kind of looks at you as like, sorry, I just work here. I just do drinks. I wouldn't know anything. So unfortunately, I think I know who the band manager is. Just a educated guess is probably the guy who was around here. I think you bumped into him. I think I saw you bump into him.
Yeah,
that was him. But again, you being the Chess guy, you should have known that, I guess. Listen, we're kind of busy.
Like I said, I was going to, and then he kind of cut off and walked out, and I was going to follow him. But again, I'm not sure if I could just walk into the backstage area or not. You see what I mean? Look, I know I'm not dressed like the representative, but like I just had to get my ass in from home. Like I was about to sit down and eat dinner. Like now my spaghetti's going cold. My cat's probably eaten it by now. Like I don't want to be here.
She's looking really uncomfortable with the whole situation. She's politely just listening to you. And then she kind of goes like, "Oh, okay, I've got things. Unless you want another drink."
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, okay. I'll get in trouble. Thanks, love.
Yeah, no problem. All right, and we go over to Luke's character. So,
Sticky Frank.
Frank, how do you do this?
How do I do what? I observe, right?
Yeah. So, but you wanted to follow discreetly, no? I believe you said.
So I activate Silence of the Blood. Then I see where he's going. And as soon as I see less and less people, before I suppose there's the curtain, right?
Yeah.
And I activate it. So, which basically means I'm still visible, but I'm dominating people not to see me, sort of.
All right, so they like
if I bump into someone, they'd still feel me, but I'm tricking them into thinking that I'm not there.
Right. Okay, so your main obstacle right now is the woman that is behind the curtain with the clipboard and the headset. So she's a bit into the whole thing. She's going over things with the sound guy, apparently, from what you can hear. And you just kind of pass by her. She doesn't take notice of you.
No.
Yeah. So you keep going into the backstage.
As far as I'm discreet, that's it.
Yeah. So the backstage area is pretty much a green room of sorts. You have guitars lined up. You have amp cases just lying around the place, and then you have this little booth which was clearly set up for the band, that you could see them mingling with each other, as the stage manager is just freaking out in a side corner with another couple of people. You can't really see what's going on there unless you get too close, but the band is just laughing and giggling.
Oh, so it's probably happened. I'll move closer. And are they all talking in Bulgarian?
The band in specific is talking in Bulgarian. The manager this time, however, is speaking in a very broken English, and he's trying not to yell. But he's trying not to yell, but he wants to. You can tell by the tone of his voice. You know, it's like, look, not happen again, not happen again. Problem this. What do I tell people? Problem this. And how close do you get to the scene where he's talking to these individuals? Is the question.
I have Auspex, so I can. This distance and space is subjective.
Yeah, but just so
but
I
I
know how
would
much
like
detail I'm giving you.
Right.
He's like, you're not next to them, like, like putting your head between
You know,
them.
it's like,
It's like Tony Chopper every time he tries to hide, just in full view.
Well, they can't see me, and I can't determine if close enough. Like
all right, so
maybe a couple of tiles away.
all right, so you do see
But
this.
close enough to see and hear and
So
mostly see. Because now I'm like thinking there's some, imagining some chick who's been like drained of blood and there's a bit
and that is
anemic and
exactly what you see. So you see this chick. She's pretty much dressed appropriate, probably for the venue, not so appropriate for normal attire. Like she's in this really
busty corset.
not
you
even.
know, the
I mean,
corset.
she's like in
You
a,
and Busty.
in her bra. You know, her skirt
Groupie.
is yeah, the groupie style. She's there, pale as paper. You do realize that there was blood in the green room area where the band's kind of just giggling with their own little fan base. They're not phased about what happened. Manager's just freaking out. There's about like 4 or 5 bodyguards around, and you see a guy in leather pants, topless. You just see like the tattoos, and you recognize him from the picture. It is Alex, and he's just there like swinging his feet childishly. It's like, hungry, eh? And he laughs.
I'm hungry. You don't see me fucking eating anyone.
Okay.
As you
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No, saying that, I mean, the commotion is still going on. Eventually, one of the guys is like, look, shut the fuck up. We got this, okay? We know a couple of people, we can pull some strings, and we make this look like an accident, okay? That never happened here. So we'll take care of this. So they
Who
quickly...
is this guy?
He's one of the bodyguards that's talking. And basically, he kind of... issues 2 other guys like, okay, to the cleaners area, just get like 3 big bin bags. We'll just wrap her up in that, and we'll see what we do with the body later.
You say the body though. She's still alive, right?
No.
Or
She's...
you motherfucker.
Come on.
Well, I'm following the bodyguards and I'm discreetly texting Miles. Like, subtlety over, beat up in alley. That's what I think.
Alright, I start text.
Do you include Paul in the text? Just
Is
curious.
it in our group
It's the
WhatsApp?
group chat.
Is it in the Hey Besties chat?
I do that, and then when I think of Paul, I'm like, uncork at right time.
What was that? What did he say?
Smalky you can talk for. Unleash the beast later.
So
Okay.
you
Could
said,
be
like,
some sort of milk. It has to be
No, I just didn't understand what you said, sorry. That's all.
uncork at the right time, like a champagne bottle.
I go stand. I go, oh, okay, cool.
I'm
Oh
gonna
my
say
God.
like, what happened exactly.
I'm gonna go.
I need to. I'll wait. I'll find you guys, and I'll pull you aside, and I'll tell you. There's a dead chick. There's blankets.
So they.
Hmm. It wasn't anemic. It was gone.
Well, the question is, how good is their cleanup?
Exactly.
But this is the domain of the.
This is our domain, boy.
It's not his domain. So I'm gonna. Do we get the Baron's phone number? I think we do.
You have his contact, yeah.
I'll call him and I'll give him a call.
While he's calling, I'm just gonna look at Frank and just be like, so.
Yeah, we need to go, man. What
Not
can
back?
you do? No, we need to follow these guys.
I'll follow you also.
Yeah, we got what just me through.
Hit
I
the
can
prince
make
later.
you forget
Hit the
things.
baron later. We just need to.
Let's get confirmation of the Baron first on what he decides in this matter. This is his domain.
You could text him.
I could get them. I could get them to forget, cloud their memory.
That's exactly the problem. The problem is they killed someone in his
Yeah,
domain.
that is.
As you say that, the Baron actually picks up. Yes.
Baron. Baron,
Did you
we
just
might-
did you just say what I think you said?
apparently our so-called
Guests.
guests, yes, they have fed until the last drop. They are trying to dispose of the body right as we speak.
Bastards.
This is in your domain.
And they have.
I'm putting it on speakerphone for us.
You're not speakerphone, just.
Okay,
don't
here,
know,
I give it to
just
them. I give it to them.
They said they have guys. That's not good. They've been planning this.
What do you mean they have guys? They're in my domain. What do you mean they have guys?
Exactly. The audacity is unprecedented.
Are you saying that there's someone locally just working with these street
I'm
cats?
saying that they have. That's what the impression that they gave, and they said, "I know some people." I'm like, "The fuck you do?"
You hear this like big blow in the speaker, clearly a sigh from the Baron's side, you know, and disappointment. It's like,
The audacity of this bitch.
I would say
Yeah, listen. I know.
we need to
I know what you're.
we need more information before we can take further action. I mean, I'm really trying to keep my cool here before I start losing my shit.
We'll follow.
We don't need
We'll follow.
we don't need a civil
Yes,
war
right.
here. No. We don't need to start accusing people, but we need information as to what's going on now. This is not what I was expecting. Call me back the minute you get some credible information that we can take action on. Yeah?
Yes, Baron.
Very well.
You pounded the phone.
Yes, Baron. I don't know how to deal with it. It's Baron. It's royalty. I don't know.
Very well. If I, we'll give it to you.
And he hangs up.
You have
So-
to phone the bloody Baron, man. Like,
we
keep it
have to.
cool.
Back to the forgetting thing. It's not about like making them forget about. It's about the
Guys,
people who
guys,
shouldn't
shh,
know
shh.
about it, and
We
we can
need to
sort that
follow
out.
them.
Yes,
Follow.
Follow
We
them.
need to be discreet.
I could be discreet. Leans over and knocks over the bottle.
Paul, Frank, you have your abilities. You go up to them quiet. We'll be nearby.
Right.
Can't put my arm anywhere. Stop it.
I just want to get an understanding. Are you all back in the VIP area, or are you all in the back room now? In the
In the VIP area, we couldn't get into the
Are
back
you?
room sneaky as well. That's what I thought we were. Because Frank said he'd come out to join us.
all right.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're probably like in a corner
yeah.
in the VIP where like no one can like no one's like paying attention to us.
All right.
So-
You do in the meantime. Can you each of you give me a?
Huh?
Let's see. Give me an insight and a Insight and resolve, please, with difficulty 2.
Okay, that's an interesting roll.
Difficulty 2. You say.
Success.
Insight.
Success.
Resolve.
All right.
No, extra dice, right?
No.
Guilty 2.
So I have. Okay. All right. So as you kind of are doing you hear first, like, despite like this little, right now there's like music playing from commercial bands, probably like something like Disturbed is currently going on down with the sickness, but it's on a lower volume that you could still hear each other talk. But even despite the music, you hear this kind of roll of wheels on the surface as you kind of look over to where it's coming from. You notice 2 guys carrying, one of those green bins that they carry to clean the floors.
Yeah.
And you just kind of see this lump of the black garbage just kind of hanging out from it, as well as 2 guys are pulling it out, one on each side holding the handle, as they're kind of rushing out with it to the front door.
That's body up.
Alden.
I'm hungry.
You start to notice as you kind of look towards it and you're just about to start talking, you also start to notice people are starting to come into the venue. Does any of you check the time?
Yeah.
I'll have a look at my watch. Yeah.
Yeah,
9 o'clock.
it's actually 8:45 at this point. So people are starting to come in gradually into the area. Mostly the first part that's being filled in is the center point, so people that don't have VIP tickets yet. A few VIPs actually come through, but not that many that kind of create too much of a crowd to go through it.
Hi, welcome to VIP. Nice to meet you. I'm Paul. Hi, welcome.
And some guys look at you kind of weirdly. It's like, oh, okay, hi, Paul.
I'm from Chisk. Just making sure everyone's enjoying this time, having fun. Try the Chisk XL. All the flavor, a lot less of the consequences the next day.
All right,
I'm gonna
nice.
look at Frank and say garbage.
Yeah, I'm following them.
You're following the garbage.
I've
thing.
ignored Paul completely, and I'm, one track minded on the garbage thing.
I'm following Frank. Something that for those who maybe like look at Miles, he's actually walking a little bit of a gait, almost up to like he's limping, a slight limp.
All right. People kind of don't brush against you per se. I mean, there's enough space for you to kind of pass between people from the VIP. It just gets a bit more difficult in the crowd now, since the main entrance to the place is just this one singular kind of mini room that everyone's kind of checking tickets, and people are just getting more rowdy now to get into it, and yeah, man, and these guys, the bodyguards, just simply push through the crowds to roll the thing away from them, and even the fact that it's garbage, people kind of go, oh, okay, do you use the opportunity?
They do it in front of people with garbage.
They just roll out as if they're rolling out normal garbage to the front.
Okay, right.
I'm gonna follow behind Miles, in the VIP. So try the Chisk XL. Try to okay, try to make it look like we're not just 3 people stalking a garbage bin.
Okay, fair enough.
Try the Chisk.
Yeah.
Nah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Hey, you got to try that. That's great. And as I get into the common area, I'm gonna look, see if anyone's wearing a band T-shirt.
Most of them are wearing band T-shirts. So
Okay. Do I don't care. You come here.
Okay.
Take this ticket. Enjoy.
The guy who's like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah, take it. Enjoy.
Fucking right, man. Yeah, metal.
But you've got metal as fuck, right? But I got a job for you that comes with the ticket. It's not too much. All
okay.
right?
Yeah. What?
You might like it, right? If you during the performance, I'm sure you've heard of what happened in Italy, right?
Oh yeah, that's.
You've heard rumors of like
it's
the like really weird vampire thing they did in Italy. Like it's odd, right?
It's cool, you
Fucking
know. I
weird.
mean,
It is, but
we
at the
haven't
same
seen things
time-
like since Marilyn Manson, Ozzy Osbourne shit. Yeah, I know what
Exactly.
you mean.
That shit is metal as fuck,
Oh,
right?
Sorry.
Hey, whoa. But like, the thing is though, it makes us look a little weird as well. So I got. What I want you to do is, if it looks like it's gonna get to that weirdness, and they bring someone on, and he's like got the fake fang showing and shit like that.
I'll take a video of it for sure, man.
No, I mean, no, don't really want the video. We've got cameras set up to capture if anything awesome happens to put on the internet later. You know,
okay.
What I want you to do is go ape shit, make the biggest fucking mosh pit you can, right? And like, if you see it warming up to that, just fucking mosh. And I want you to storm that stage. Think of the hits on YouTube. Think of the hits on YouTube.
Can you roll me a persuasion and manipulation, please?
This is a mob setup.
No extra dice. Difficulty 2. Brilliant. 5 of 2.
The guy is.
It says bestial
the
failure.
Well, he succeeded though. So he's
succeed, but then I got a bestial failure. I'm sure that applies something somewhere.
The problem is, as you're saying it, as you're getting into it, you're believing your pitch so much, you know.
It's a derangement activation, mate.
You all of a sudden, you see the guy in front of you just hyping with you, you know. Yeah. For a second, you see this. It's like time stops around you, except for you two as you're going on. You don't remember doing this, but you had your hands on his chest, you know, kind of. Not in an intimidating way, but you know when you get so hyped, you know. Yeah. And he kind of is doing the same to you, and as kind of time kind of warps into this like slow mo, and it's just you two just hyping, and everything around you stops into like this slow mo. You notice that there is a hooded figure that just crosses your view. And he's walking normally, though, like this. And as you kind of, from locked eyes to turning your vision over to this hooded figure, the minute he turns over, you notice that he's disfigured, badly disfigured. And he kind of winks at you. And as loud as if he was next to your ear, you hear, "Our time has come." And that just instills something weird within you, that the beast is almost happy. Increase your hunger by 1. It's the moment that the beast within you just kind of goes happy, that you just kind of compose yourself and just let go of the dude, you know? And everything's just back to normal. The commotion of the guys cutting tickets, and the guy's like, "Yes, mosh pit," and just rushes
Mosh rage
from next to you.
As he runs past me into the VI, I like pat him on the back. I'm like, "Yeah, go. I need to eat. Fuck." So I'm now gonna scan. I'm like, part of me. I'm like, okay. As I'm composing myself, looking for Frank and Miles, and I see them in the trap. I'm also gonna like look and see like, right, are there any loners? Like people that are. No one here that's like been separated or just looks like they're better. Like, I need food. Actually, Miles.
Now, be careful, because your character is a bagger.
Okay.
Which means your main source of food is from bagged blood.
Like blood packs and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I'm like...
I would say that you may have had one in your backpack, perhaps?
Just... Okay, I gotta realize my backpack, so it was, I would say I put it in the cloakroom, so like, okay. So to kind of control myself, I'm like, Miles, I'm gonna make my way over to Miles and just grab him grab him by the shoulder, like loosely, just like pat him. It's like, okay, I'm here, I'm good.
Yeah, right, come on.
I need to get my backpack.
What do you need? You hungry?
Food.
What do you eat?
I need food. I need
Let's get out of here first. Let's go out and
I tend to, yeah.
out.
I don't get it from the source that often. So backpack, please. Cloakroom. I think Frank's gone past them, so it's on the right. It's on the way.
I'll put my hand over his shoulder. I'm going to lead them out also, but I'm giving Frank a head start.
Okay.
To the garbage guy.
And okay.
So you realize, Frank, that the guys carrying the garbage are kind of heading towards the beach area at this point, right? The rocky beach area, and they're making their way there.
I think I know what you're on about.
I follow. I can't do
So you
much.
follow the whole thing through. I just want to make sure, is everyone following the scene?
Yeah, so as we kind of leave out to follow them, I'm going to stop at the thing and go, "Hi, can I have my bag, please?" And it's just like a satchel bag.
But that means you're separated from Frank at this point if he's going to keep going with these guys. So you have to catch up with this.
Yeah, I'll have to catch up, but it's like as I'm following.
I'll be following Frank, so I'm catching up to him. So
all right, so it's only Paul that's kind of cut off from the scene for a moment. So they go over to the beach area. When they're at the beach area, Paul, you manage to get your backpack. You head out. And you kind of see them at a distance, and you kind of know where they're going because you're taking the lead. You're making your own assumptions here. The guys find a really quiet area in the dark down at the beach. Have you ever been down at the beach in Pochoville?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where people just like to do,
Yeah.
Weird shit. Yeah.
Well, it's either hanging out as groups and just enjoying the night, just being at Pochoville. There are others that try to embrace the romantic one moment, But
it just seems uncomfortable.
Complain about the rocky socks.
So
the underwear was a disaster. Right. And do I see any of those? Like, are they watching? Maybe.
They're doing their own thing. They don't care. It's just garbage. It doesn't really attract anyone. They find a very secluded area in the dark, and they start bringing out the body and undoing the garbage bag, exposing the body. They can't be seen by the public eye here. You watch them perhaps at a distance what they're doing. As they kind of take out the body, one of the guys grabs the female corpse by the head, and you can see that he's going to gesture to slam her head against the rocks.
Okay.
Paul, you come just in time to just hear this of the skull against the rocks, and you hear the thumping of it, and they just leave the body there, face pretty much disfigured into the rocks, at least one side definitely for sure. They grab a couple of beer bottles that are kind of already stacked in the garbage, and they kind of toss them around her. And also, one of the dudes grabs a syringe and kind of sticks it into her arm, and they just start moving, and they're gonna cross. They cross you guys basically at this point.
As I see them coming closer, I look to Miles and I inquire with my eyes, basically, like.
What do we do?
Hold them.
We can quickly question them. To the good old, bystanders seeing them do this. Shall we? Hey!
I would have obfuscated at this point. Again, so rouse check.
Okay.
Or because I plan to ambush them, that's why.
Okay.
So as I sort of split, and so as I see the bug guys, I say, "Hey, what the fuck you were doing there?"
The guys immediately kind of look startled, and one of them is about to go for his walkie-talkie that he just reveals from the side of his coat. and he puts it up to his face.
And I just should I go with larceny or should I go with strength? 'Cause
It depends what you're trying to achieve. I mean, what are you trying to achieve, and I'll let you know to roll.
I'm trying to grab the mobile phone, the walkie-talkie. Sorry.
Ah, all right. So you're going to snatch it basically out of his hands, or is that what you're looking for? All right. So I
Or
guess
if possibly if I see it before, if it's allowed, given my
sure, no problem. This is why I kind of try to segment as much as possible to see if you guys want to do anything to interrupt. What would happen in that case is you could either go for larceny or melee.
Larceny is my better option. Okay, with Dex, I suppose.
With dexterity to see how fast you get it.
Okay.
Difficulty check is 2, because these guys are pretty much startled at this point. Nice. But you get a bestial failure.
Small price to pay, man.
So as you go for the walkie-talkie, unfortunately his hand was already there. So as you go forward, you grab the hand and the walkie-talkie together, and with your own strength, you kind of you feel, the small bones in the hand. You feel them
Satisfying.
crack, and he just yells "ah!" as he kind of just flinches away from your grip as quick as possible. You have the walkie-talkie in your hand. In the meantime, Paul, you see the commotion happening. You see the confrontation as you're coming down. However, as you're about to descend closer to the scene, a guy shouts out, "Paul, sorry I'm late, dude. Haven't been around here for a while." And it's one of your goons that you texted.
I'm like, ooh. I'm like, cat. I take out my phone, pretend like something's important's happening on my phone. Like, give me a sec, mate. But meanwhile, I go to my notes app, and there's just minion 1, 2, 3, or minion and their number, and their fucking name next to it.
It's
and
Carl.
I know
This Carl.
Yeah, minion 5. It's like, Carl, hey, and I give him like the high five, the shoulder bump thing.
Yeah, man, how's it going? Sorry I'm late. I know it says at 9, but I had to catch buses and stuff. Things at the repair.
Cool, man. It's cool. I mean, we popped in. It looks like it's happening. I mean, honestly, music sounds really cool.
Cool. So what do you need? What do you need me to do tonight? I'm your man.
I need you to see if you can get me and 2 others backstage to meet the band.
Okay, cool. I'll see what I can do. So it's done. It's up at Axis, right?
Yeah, up at Axis.
Right. Should I go now? Get that sorted for you?
Yeah, go get it started now. But also, what I'm gonna need you to do is get me another VIP ticket.
No problem. At this point is when the guy yells, "Ah, fuck! What the?" And he kind of looks around. He's like, "What's going on there?"
No, don't worry about it. I have no idea, but. Parshival. When people shout, you stay out of it.
He kind of, ignorantly
Yeah, you know the area.
All right,
so go get started on that.
And he
drop me a text as soon as you've got it sorted. And
he starts walking with purpose, and he kind of looks back, gives you the thumbs up, and
attaboy, Carl.
And it's like he looks at his own.
Did you see anything?
No, he didn't see anything.
Carl, rock on.
Right, that's what we're using tonight, right? And he kind of goes back to the streets. You see this confrontation happening, Paul. Please commence your scene altogether.
So we have those 2 guys are like, so one got his hand injured, the other one's like, what the fuck just happened? I start saying, did you get some explaining to do?
The other guy saying that you were trying to conversate, he's not having any of it. He's gonna throw a punch at you.
What do I do?
I'm gonna like slowly walk down, but at the same time, I'm gonna be yelling like, "Nut him! Fucking nut him!"
He's gonna
throw a punch. So basically, it's melee and strength. And
no, melee, you'll need a weapon.
Sorry, not melee. You're right. Broad. So you could dodge out of the way, I guess.
The Dex Athletics then.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to Blood Surge for this because I'm not dexterous. So I'm gonna sort of surge the blood to sort of give me a little bit of an extra hand here. So rouse
All
check.
right. Yes, you know how it goes.
Nope, I am a bit hungrier, and so but I get one extra dex there. So athletics, dexterity.
So what does the rouse check do?
It gives you do a rouse check and you see if you get hungry or not,
Because
and then
you're-
it gives you one extra die for physical.
So
Yes.
the rouse check in general is when you are reaching within the power of the blood, the vampiric blood within you. You're basically also tempting the beast to become hungrier because you're kind of tapping into that, so to speak.
So when you're using your sort of vampire side of things to
Yeah.
to try and be more successful, there's the chance that the vampire side of you starts to come out a bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean to make it dex athletics, one extra die. Difficulty. What's difficulty? Oh, it's depending on the guy's roll.
Yeah, he got a 2, so.
Oh, you got 2. All right.
So 2 are better or 2 are better.
I don't have a lot of dice. Ugh. Oh, I have a messy critical.
Everyone's got a message critical today.
All right. How do you? I mean, I could allow you to do your messy critical if you want.
Sure. I'm going. So he sort of comes with a punch. My blood kicks in, and what happens is Miles does not like what these two guys just did. I mean, he's a former cop. Seeing them just bash a woman's face, even though sort of for the masquerade, he does not like it. So as he he will.
The human part comes out of it.
Instinct. He will lose his. He's gonna go for instinct, which instinct is draws a knife. He's gonna stab him.
Fuck.
Motherfucker!
That's his bestial. That's his sort of messy criticals. That's fine with you, Dom.
Sure. So you got him. The guy did not see that coming. You use it with certain speed that he's like just, and he is now bleeding from the guts. Do you leave do you kind of hold it in, or do you kind of like?
He's not thinking straight. So he's gonna pull out the weapon to let the like.
And he just oh shit!
This is all with his knife. So yeah.
With the tearing of the wounds, the blood just starts to crawl down his leg. I need both of you, because you're in close proximity, to give me a rouse check.
Of course.
The blood.
All right. The smell of blood is getting beautiful at this point. You're not. Frank is not happy at all that these things are happening. He, then the hit of blood is just like, oh, right now. Oh, you almost stop yourself from your fangs coming out. Almost.
Yeah, no. He's having a hard time. Like,
okay. Well, you're on blood hunger 3.
Motherfucker, like.
He's like, you're hungry.
Paul, you see this happening at a distance, and you hear his kind of beastly growl. How would you approach this scenario? This is.
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. No, that's not.
You're gonna keep your distance?
I'm honestly scared right now. Straight up, like I had a close call, wanting, I don't do fresh blood. I do prepackaged shit. This is intense. I don't even know if I want to go and look at the body anymore. I'm just like, I'm gonna stand by the road and just kind of keep a lookout and just be like, no one's coming.
Oh my god, I have a really good idea. Okay.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. What's your idea?
What are you gonna do, Frank?
This is depending on how it's allowed, because sometimes you have the blood predator type, but then you have situations like these. Would it be okay if I just feed from the guy I stole the walkie-talkie from?
The guy you just kind of fractured his hands. You could.
We need
Well,
info.
I'm not killing him, stupid.
Gonna
I'm
take a
just
snack.
I'm dumbing him. No, numbing him down.
So yeah, just to explain, Ashton, whenever
Oh, okay.
a vampire feeds off a living individual, it is against the Masquerade rule to drain them of their blood. It's a
Okay.
it's a
Or you
breach,
can have
it's a breach of the Masquerade, which can
You
lead
have
to a
as-
lot of trouble, seeing that there's already you and Miles as witnesses to this. So you can't go that far even if you wanted to.
I don't
Okay.
know.
But you can
Basically, you feed from hunger. You select one hunger, it's okay. You select two hunger, it starts to get groggy. You select your hunger, the guy is dead.
Okay.
So I will, depending on if you want me to roll or not, I'll select one hunger from the guys. I stole the phone from, and then I'll
he-
look to the other guy.
The guy is completely petrified at this point. He's just open for grabs, so you just go
Yeah, so
ahead.
I'm like, and I select one hunger, and I'm like, and you see this, you hear this exhale of fuck yeah.
While he's doing that, I see the guy was just injured, and I think Lasker comes to focus. What he did, he's just saying, oh, for fuck's sake. And
Okay. Do you need to feed?
I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
They are my type, and I'm going to smack the guy injured with the butt of the knife, the butt of just try to knock him out.
Okay, go for it.
So that's melee, dex or strength.
Go for strength. You want to knock him out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, that is fine. It's not too bad. My melee is pretty good.
You just have to beat a 1.
Difficulty 1. Okay.
Yes. Rolled horribly.
Succeed.
Damn right. The guy just limps down, uncomfortably to the ground. You hear almost a moan as he goes there, and he's just there,
Alright.
unconscious.
And the other two guys.
Excellent. Excellent. And then I feed from the other guy, just one. Oh yes. And then you see him feed, and it's like,
He's gonna remember you.
it's like yes. Now we
I
can-
watch
oh,
this.
All right.
Big watch.
Okay.
I watch this. I take out my little
Okay.
blood bottle.
All right. You were at hunger 2. Do you
Me?
drink? Do you not? No. Paul. So yeah,
Oh,
Ashton.
yeah, I drink because I'll say instead of a blood bag, I've put it into bottles just so it's
It's
less.
one of these really big bottles that you
Like a thermos. Yeah, just
yeah, you just drown it down. You
yeah.
can
I was
actually
100.
you can take it down to hunger 1 now.
Yay!
All right. So you have a messy scene in front of you guys. Floor is yours. RP.
I'm now gonna
I-
come and join them.
I clean
Hey,
my
guys!
knife. I'm
What the
gonna
fuck happened?
out of control, and I'm going to look at the guy. The guy knocked out. He's bleeding. So fuck. You got anything to hold this wound?
I like rummage through my bag, empty flask. Do I have anything in my bag? Would I?
Just close, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, it's close. What am I thinking? Thank you. I'm good.
I hold
And
up a plaster. Like one of those little plasters that you put on like a little Gracie. I got this. I don't think it's enough.
grabbing his shirt,
Rip his shirt.
yeah, to tie up the wound. So it's the sub try to possibly.
Like
All
push
right.
it, like
So I would need
pressure
you
on
to
it.
either roll crafts or medicine with your intelligence or resolve.
I can do it. So.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
your
have
boy.
medicine or resolve or
You're
crafts,
the Barrons boy.
but I do have intelligence and resolve, so I'm going to do intelligence with no attribute difficulty.
So, seeing that the gash is quite a big one due to the fact that it was from a bestial thing, I would set it at 3.
Putting pressure on the wound.
I
This
need
is
to roll
everywhere.
I need to roll all successes.
Good luck.
No.
The whole situation is messy. You're tearing. You're doing too many small
God.
pieces. You're not taking account into the actual going round the body thing. It's not working out for you. The guy's just bleeding out at this point.
Oh fuck.
Are you?
I,
Wait, is Ashen holding the thing?
Yeah, I said I was applying pressure.
All right, you need to hold down by using medicine and resolve for me, please, to see if you're
Medicine and resolve.
if
Okay,
you succeed. The difficulty is 2. So
Where's medicine? I saw it and then I lost it. There it is. Medicine. Resolve. No extra dice. Difficulty 2. 1 of
can
2.
you do use 1 willpower if you want to reroll base dice, if you want.
if you want, yeah.
So what's that?
You can always spend 1 willpower, like essentially take a hit in 1 willpower to reroll dice, to reroll any of your non-hunger dice that's failed, to try and get some success, if you want.
Okay. The willpower, I just click and that crosses off, and I just roll a d10, right?
Yeah, roll 2d10. It's any non-hunger dice.
Oh, okay. So roll 2d10.
Yeah, you can go up to 3. Ooh.
All right, there's your other success. So that's 2 successes. You are
Just to clarify on the thing itself. So I've got the green one, which was a success. These 2 top red ones, which is the fails. This bottom, is that the hunger die?
Yes.
So I can't re-roll that one, but I could re-roll these other 2.
Yeah.
Alright,
can roll
cool. So a 4 and a 10 was the re-rolls. So
you kind of initially you play strongly, but then you were like, oh wait. You recall either from a lesson if you had biology in the past, or from someone who had biology how to actually apply, or maybe one of these Discovery channels or whatever you see. You know, one of these videos you just kind of quickly recall. Wait, positioning. Okay.
a pre-turning memory of just getting high on the couch with a mate.
The smell of blood though is quite arousing. Please, rouse check.
For willpower, do you want maybe resolve?
Succeeded.
It doesn't phase you. That flask of blood was good to fix you. You're fine. All right.
I'm vegan. I only get it from blood banks.
I look at my blood like, look at the blood I served did like, fucking hell.
Hey, Chief.
I'm good. Just them fucking murdering that girl just pissed me off.
No, it's understandable. He's still bleeding though.
Hey.
Guys, I
Yeah.
do bottled blood, guys. This is not doing me good.
Wait. That guy's gonna die on him. We need to figure this out. Alright. Let's...
What's the
The one
plan
you
now?
kissed. The one you kissed. He's still awake. Or... awake. Question him.
Sedated.
Question him.
You do that.
Alright.
I'm more of a hitter than a...
Yeah, alright. I'm gonna
Hit her the
slap
talker.
Paul's still again. He's kneeling next to this guy. He's like beating. He's just holding his stomach and like, should I let go now?
I'll try and help.
Just keep holding him. I'm just gonna keep holding him. It's fine.
gonna sort
I
of...
give him an assist to Paul.
I'm just gonna keep holding this guy's intestines in. It's fine. It's not.
I'm gonna try and wake up the guy who just got kissed by Frank.
That's from... Not some fucking siren, bitch.
Okay, it wasn't. It's because he's like, because when you feed on someone, it's like you sort of get them like, oh, they're like in this weird.
Yeah. That's the anesthetic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I wake up the guy who just got fed on.
All right, so you kind of slap him out of his little haze and going like, immediately the minute he kind of sees your face come into focus, he's just he's kind of holding down.
What happened? What did you do?
You're one of them. You're one
What
of them.
happened? You just do you want to end up with your friend? Do you?
Hi.
Tell us what happened.
There's a testing.
Singer kind of just went, apeshit hungry on the girl, and we're just cleaning up after the mess.
Right.
That's...
You work for him?
No.
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 Who do you work for?
Dude, I can't say. Okay, if I spill, just kill me. It's easier. Trust me, it's easier. Me telling you and staying alive is a problem. And I know that me saying and you killing me causes more problems. So just kill me. I'm not gonna talk, man. Just do it.
We will kill you, but we will know who you work for. And I don't know why.
This is like, ooh la la. What's happening?
It's just like I love it. It's like we will kill you. No wait. Why am I trying to keep as a test? What the fuck is going on here? Good cop, bad cop, stupid cop. What the fuck?
Um,
Ugh. Not enough iron in his diet.
I take out a bit of duct tape. I would have duct tape on me, and I'll mum him, the guy we were interrogating him, and I say, we keep an eye on this one.
This one needs.
I don't mean to get in the way of your interrogation because it feels like it's going quite well. But is that duct tape?
I'll keep him sound.
Could you not like wrap it around this guy's stomach a few times? Like, why did we even bother with the clothes if you got duct tape? Just a question, Frank. I mean,
All right, and I help. What do I do? Intelligence.
before we even try at this point, is the guy even alive still?
He's breathing.
Or am I just sitting on a corpse basically?
No,
He's still breathing.
There's this shallow breathing that you could hear
okay,
coming
cool.
from him.
Let's wrap him up.
All right, so in that case,
We wrap him up, and actually, I'll give him a point of blood to feed on until heal.
Ooh, are you gonna go fight him?
It's for the duties, man, duties. And I just take your knife, slit my wrist, and I'm like, that's a good boy.
Just sort of lean back, watch us
in the unconsciousness, he kind of it drips into his mouth, and he kind of you see this motion with his lips. And you see him flutter his eyes. As
And that's a rouse check from me.
Yes, please.
Just kind of.
No, just one, Madonna.
Okay, you still failed the rouse check regardless.
I know, but it's just one, and it was when your hunger is.
You were at 1. It goes up to 2 now.
I was at 2. I don't know why it said hunger for. It's horrible hunger.
Yeah, I think he probably forgot to take away the hunger. So
It's a new system for me. This V20. Anyway.
that's
No
no.
worries.
The roll 20.
No worries.
Okay.
Too much like that.
All right.
I'm gonna go
We
wash
can-
my hands in the ocean. I don't like this blood. I gotta get rid of it.
Could you? 1 second. Consult my sheet.
No worries.
Now,
I
I have
think I have influence.
As you're
but-
washing your hands, Paul, you do notice a group actually walking towards the direction of where you guys are. They're just having fun. They're not exactly drunk. They have a couple of bottles. You can hear the clinking inside the bag that they're holding. They're a group of 4 walking, 3 guys and a chick. They're kind of talking in Maltese.
so just to cover, the area we're at is dark. That's why they picked it to smash the chick's head in, right?
Yeah.
So if we just kept quiet and didn't cause a commotion for 5 seconds, we might not be noticed. Oh, that's actually this. I have a question about one of my things I think I can do.
Uh-huh.
Premonition. I get from the wording
Yeah.
it's not going to give me the answer to everything. But I was curious, is this something that I can call on, or is it something that you
Yes.
tell me that happens?
And you can call upon.
You can cause it
So
that
to try
that's
and
my.
sort of... Okay.
This is where I left her, man. It's Auspex and Resolve, I believe. And if you instigate it, it's a rouse check.
Right.
So
So
then
would
he has to describe whatever he deems.
would I be able to try and use it to see if just being quiet is enough to stay hidden? Or is that
It's
too-
usually
No, it doesn't work.
or is that
more.
too vague?
It's
Or would it be a case of, could I try use premonition to see how going and talking them to turn around and go back where they've come from would work?
Nah.
Or is this more like,
Actually,
oh, you're in a fight, dodge sort of thing?
It's more for information.
As that. So, for example, you could do it, for example, on the walkie-talkie, maybe.
And see who's been talking to him, but then it's
Oh, yeah, I see. I
Possibly.
can actively provoke a premonition by focusing on a subject. What about cloud memory?
You make them forget.
I need to dominate a victim first.
That's easy. You just
But if they're mortals, it's easier.
So I could try and dominate them, make them forget the last 5 minutes or so, and just have them walk off.
You could.
but you have to like forget one on each of them. So like if there's 4 of them, you can't just say forget to all 4.
Yeah, I have to do it to each one.
Yeah.
I think 4 is too many to do that.
I'm all right.
I kind of wash my hands and I see them, and I turn back to Frank and Mars, and I kind of go, "Guests, we've got guests."
I'm gonna grab the body of my guy. I'm gonna drag him near like to a rock behind the rock, so they try to not notice us.
All right, they're too distracted to actually take notice of anything in the surroundings. They're heavy in conversation. Any of you who actually, do all of you understand Maltese in
Yes.
this scenario? So you do. Paul doesn't. They're just talking about recent events that happened at a party. Apparently, some girl was at what's it called? Madonna. They were at Footloose, and apparently one of the exes of one of the guys hanging out was there, just trying obviously to make him feel jealous and shit, by making out with some other dude, and they're just laughing it off, kind of saying there's plenty of chicks in the sea, and they're heavy in that conversation. They just pass by.
Okay. Alright.
Okay.
That's the conversation I was hoping they would have, not... It was the fucking biker with the jacket. Activating presence and shit.
No. It's just a couple of, late teens just walking.
On a night out in the town.
Yeah.
Woman trouble.
So you have a gagged individual. You have a guy you just restored. What's going on?
So
rejoin the group, some hand sanitizer.
So we're near. So now we've moved them to the rock. So they're not far from the dead girl.
Yep.
I'm going to sort of grab his head. I'm going to sort of tilt the gag guy's head. I'm going to whisper him. See the girl over there that your the lead singer did? She's probably what, 20s? Maybe wanting to live a life, do a lot of stuff. Teenagers.
You're talking to the gagged guy, yeah?
Yeah, the gagged guy. Yeah. And I'll look at her. She's dead, and you just help the guy move her here. Now, I don't know if you got feelings or not, but you committing this, I might know some people who can throw you in a much worse place than just death.
His eyes kind of widen, like he thinks he has an idea what the hell you're talking about, but so yeah.
So talk, as I kind of remove the gag a little bit. Tell us who you work for.
Look, man. Some guys, the Baron of Pietà, the guy who kind of, he kind of controls the whole labor and nationalist party bullshit, they were behind getting the band here, discreetly and shit like that. So they just want to make sure that they want vampirism on the agenda, I guess. That's as far as I know. So
I'm texting the Baron himself. I'm texting the Baron as he's talking. I'm just like, every so often it's like, oh yeah, the Baron of Patera. Okay. Thinking I'm taking a note. Like, yeah. Once Was it vampirism on the agenda? Okay.
Is that all?
That's all I know. I mean,
Can I see if he's lying, if he's hiding something else?
you can, for sure.
Insight, I imagine?
Insight and...
Insight.
Wits or intelligence, I guess.
I'll go with wits.
I'll do the same roll, of course.
Okay.
Difficulty? Difficulty?
Difficulty we'll set it at 3.
Top cookie.
Can I use those specs as well to see if the body language will give me any clues, or...
I mean, from your current point of view, the guy is pretty much he you know, in the scenarios, he knows it's kind of life or death scenario. Most mortals go for life more than death, so you'll be wasting all specs, to be honest with you.
Doesn't cost any blood, that's why.
Oh, fair enough.
Ooh, okay. Ooh. Okay, nice. Those last successes.
Motherfucker.
Okay.
Because I always end up the leader of the thing. Not the...
Hey, maybe you're rolling well.
That doesn't make sense to me, though. How much?
Yeah,
how come you have all that blood die?
I think you forgot to take away the hunger.
That's the hunger business. How do I take it off? Because
You just
it's
click,
getting in the way.
go to the hunger,
Wait, let me.
and
Because I'm at... Wait, let me cheat.
Should be a
Last
three.
I was...
click on the third box, and it should fix.
Where's your?
I'm at hunger too.
You're at
Because I
hunger.
gave him blood.
Okay,
Blood,
hold
that's
on.
why.
Wait, that's how it should look.
Okay.
I fixed it for you.
Just essentially, when you slake your hunger, just click on the box. That's like essentially how much you've slaked. So.
All right, can you try that roll again for me?
Of course. And aroused.
Okay, so you roused.
Mm-hmm.
You're
I'm at...
3 hunger now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, why did that... No!
I'm trying
I
to
didn't
understand
mean
what's
to-
going on there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
On the-
So I need to do a wits insight, right?
Yes,
Because I'm at
please.
hunger too.
Yes.
So
I fixed your
sorry.
hunger. Don't worry.
Aye,
Technicality.
that's what.
Do.
That's what it should look like. All right. So,
Okay.
well, let me go up and see what the roles were for. Okay.
Absolutely.
Miles, you assume he's saying the truth in the position he's in. Same goes for
Frank.
So yeah, this position, like, you assume he's saying the truth and he's saying what he knows, given this
Yeah, I'm just
current
taking
current
notes.
circumstances.
so you know, it's every so often I switch out to a text. I text Carl, hey, any progress? Also, has a mosh pit in the VIP section started by any chance?
Okay.
If so, let me know when it happens.
I'm going to look at Frank and Paul. I'll look back at the guy. I'm just going to cover the duct tape, and I'm going to. I'll look at Frank if there's anything else. Like I'll just sort of look at him.
I have some contacts. Could I do a roll and see if anyone can deliver these 2 goons to a safe location for the Baron to handle? You know, get them out of the way and then go back to the party.
You're an investigator of sorts, and you do have kind of like a cleanup guy of your own, so to speak. He's not the most reliable of cleanup guys, unfortunately. So there have been hiccups when you did use him, hence why you don't really remember having him. But as you're going through the contact list, you kind of go across his name, go like, yeah, that guy. Now it's your decision whether you want to take the risk or not.
I look at Frank and say, "You looking for trying to call someone?"
We need a cleanup crew.
Well, we need to keep these guys on hold.
Mm-mm.
I know. I
The car is far away, right?
The
I'm
car
gonna.
is parked at Intercontinental, which is approximately a 10-minute walk if there weren't people, so I'd say 15 to 20 minutes on an occasion, like a busy part of the night, like it is tonight.
We don't need them dead yet.
No. Exactly, that's why we need the car.
I have a retainer. I'll call them and I'll let them pick up. I'll have them pick up and we'll take them. Do you have a hold? Do you have a place where you can stake them, put them?
I have a very discreet place, and he basically gives you the address of a hotel, and they can stack them in the parking area. One of those rooms.
I'm going to call Maria,
Okay.
my retainer, Miguel.
Hey, Maz, what's up?
Hey Maria, sorry did I wake you up?
Well, I was just about to get into bed, but anything for you? What's going on?
Yeah. No, there was just we had a little hiccup here right now. I got 2 guys. Need you to take them to a place. That's not a problem.
All right. It's been a while since we did this. Sure. Where do I come?
I give her the address that Frankie provided. Just take them there.
All right.
Drop them off.
Okay, look, I'm a bit tired. Can you just text me the address so I can Google map it later? Like when I get
Yeah.
this. Are you gonna
Yeah.
be there when I come, or like do I just find the scene?
No, we'll be here.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there. So,
All right. Okay.
all right, just so you can handle.
I'll see you about in 30 minutes or so. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay,
Sorry,
thanks.
that's really was.
Nah, no worries.
I'll make that for you. I'll make that for you. Call this guys. I trust her a lot, so she's the best woman she can do that.
Shit, it's okay.
Paul, you get a text back. So I just want to clarify one thing. Did you text the Baron, or did you just hold a note and draft?
No, it was just a note. I thought I'd open the notes, realized before I clicked like enter for a space, like, oh no, that's a text. Let's just stick that into the actual notes app.
Okay.
But I did send the Baron a note saying, making progress, we'll keep updated.
All right. So the Baron does not respond to your text. However, Carl does respond. He responds.
Carl. Oh, the goon, right.
Yeah, Carl responds back with a text saying, "Pretty awesome. Got you VIP. What does it you ask for?"
Backstage access and if a mosh pit had been started.
Talk to Guitar's girlfriend, I think, and he kind of does that kind of. There's this like really sly emoji, so to speak.
Yeah, like
Might have pass on orgy.
I'm like, talk about that later. Send.
Do you
Any
share-
mosh pit?
He didn't mention any mosh pit, no.
Alright, cool. So like I send him a message like, okay, thanks. Send me that orgy information in a bit. So things are going good. We got access to the backstage and things again, hopefully. My man's setting it up.
All right.
So now, do
Okay.
we just wait in the cold or?
I want to do one check on the girl's body. Just want to check something out.
Okay.
So you two.
What are you looking for? What kind of?
First of all, I'm inspecting her, trying to get like see what she looks like, how old she is, sort of the base, sort of like a quick overall, and then I'm going to see if there's is there any blood on her? That's her blood, seems.
Apart from where the impact of the face is, which, there wasn't much blood left to come out anyways, but, there is kind of something there. Down her shoulder, where probably she was drained, there is dry blood there. she's about 5'6" in height, from what you can tell. She's around 21, 23 possibly. So that's kind of what you're looking at there. She may be a local. From the the ethnicity.
Okay. I'm going to pull out. I'm going to pull out my latex. I'm going to put on a latex glove. I'm going to take a little bit of blood from the, like it's sort of like whatever blood's up from the head, and I'm going to activate one of my blood sorcery powers. A taste for blood. I'm going to sort of taste the blood of her and get a reading on it. So what this does is by tasting a drop of blood, the user can discern certain basic traits of the one to whom it belongs. I need to make a resolve plus blood sorcery roll, difficulty 3.
So what information am I supposed to give out if you...
With a win, the user can determine the resonance and intensity of the blood of if human. They can also identify where the blood belongs to a mortal, ghoul, vampire, or other supernatural creature.
Okay.
So just to give me like a quick, make sure she's a legit mortal or something like that. So
sure.
Make a resolve plus. I need to make a roll.
Yep.
Is difficulty is 3. If I fail, I get nothing. So. No. Nothing.
And this doesn't rouse you at all? Just curious.
No.
Alright, cool.
It is free.
Nice.
Are any of her personal belongings around the body? Like a handbag or like a wallet or anything like that, or is it just her body?
She's pretty much mostly skin exposed. She has a skirt on, quite short to be honest. She's in her bra and she's wearing high heels. So
means her purse is in the club.
Alright,
well, that's all right.
You still could use premonition if you like, but it's up to you.
I don't think we'll get
A very random power premonition.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get any more from body itself. I don't think. Well, I could try, I suppose. Let's see. Make a rouse check. Provoke a premonition. I'll try and see if I can provoke a premonition by just focusing on her to try and get a sense of her death or what happened exactly.
okay, yeah.
So making a rouse check. So I click that button, and I failed. So my hunger's now 2.
Yep.
Okay, and I now need to do a resolve aspects. So that one.
Difficulty is 3.
So when it comes to Auspex roll, oh wait, I could probably just. How do I?
Extra dice. If what's
premonition.
Dice, just add extra dice.
So the second attribute is none, but I add 2 dice because my Auspex is 2.
Yeah.
All right, great. So 2 dice. Difficulty 2. You said 3.
3.
Messy critical.
This is good, baby. No, it's these things tend to be messy. So brace yourself for the ride.
As you focus on her and you kind of use the blood, you feel the beast within you. You feel almost like this kind of, as you're getting into your premonition, you and the beast synchronize almost in this kind of manic giggle, right? Together inside. As her face almost comes to life and her eyes shift towards you, you hear this very seductive voice telling you, it's like, don't worry, I like it. I'm all yours. Baby, please. I love it when you dig your fangs into me. Harder, come on. Yeah. No. Not that. No. Too much. Stop it. Stop. No. Stop. And her eyes kind of rolled back. As you do so, however, you realize that you kind of suck. Your fangs are deep within her corpse, and it's the moment that you're kind of drawing nothing into you, just that kind of makes your sick stomach, and the beast also repulses, like, what the fuck is this? And you kind of break out of it. You know, you have this weird taste in your mouth of, recent death. Can you please give me? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. You do that.
Yeah, just gonna throw up. Fucking just.
Rub blood. You got blood, man.
That's nasty. She liked it at first.
I look at Frank.
You've never seen this behavior before, guys. Like,
I look at Frank.
I would have presumed. Let me guess. She liked it. We have a siren.
She knew he was a vampire, and I think he'd fed from her before because she said she enjoyed it like she did the previous times. Wait. Oh god. And then he got greedy and continued, and she said stop, and he didn't, and death.
Okay.
So I'm thinking Toreador or Bruja. They love the attention.
Ugh.
And some would need to quite. Alright. So you wait for Maria here. Cookie and I were going to go back to backstage. You come with us as soon as possible.
Yeah, once she gets moving, then we have to go and help her out there because we do not know your place. So.
Yeah. Okay.
alright.
But we can at least have them discreetly in the car.
Yeah.
And I do bind them with fucking duct tape and maybe some rope.
Yeah.
Crafts from hell.
So we're just gonna go for a quick 5-minute break because I need to pee.
Cool.
All
No
right.
worries.
It's
So
been amazing.
I'm glad you think so. All right,
Oh,
I'm coming back.
God. Oh. Holy shit.
How are you finding it so far?
Oh, interesting. Just funny.
Oh man.
This is interesting. The fuck's got so many questions.
Unfortunately, because this is kind of a legacy kind of thing, I can't do things that I planned to do to create more
Create a
hooks.
story, yeah. So you have to like do one shots, yeah.
So
I mean, you can do whole one shots with like one shots, and some of them might be connected. So
no, that's kind of the plan moving forward at this point. So
But one shots are good because in my current campaign, it's the opposite of a one shot. It's very nice, mind you, but it's so because we've had like 27 sessions because I record them and I keep the data because you have to, because it's an investigation, but like massive, and we're like, today we discovered this, and like 10 sessions before we discovered that, and you have to, it's surprising how you still have to, as a vampire, you still have to feed, and you still have to keep in touch with your fucking touchstones, etc. And it's complex but lovely at the same time. So a one shot has that, we do this, we get the job done, we get the boon, or we don't, and
yeah,
it has that finality to it, which is something like. And I've always had trouble fixing one shots because I'm always first they don't know the lore, so you have to go like, oh, you have to roll this, you have to roll that. So this is very much a welcome break, one shot thing.
it's a breath of fresh air, I guess.
It is done, and thank you for it.
What do you think of the session so far? Because I know you have most experience, I think, out of all of us.
I like it. I think the Tremere being Anarchs is only V5 allowed because Tremere are very Camarilla.
I think what happened was, I think after the fall of the pyramid, and of that, I think it's like some.
Yeah, absolutely. There's House Karna and shit.
Yeah.
And it would make sense for politically to have like the Tremere being seen as the underdogs, and now they're like. Now, because of the whole Anarch business, and Tremere Anarchs are like, fuck off. This is not white boy territory, and Tremere are white boys.
Yeah.
How are you finding the session as a new guy to the table, Nash? Okay, eat, sorry.
Sorry, mochi ice cream. Really nice, but really fucking cold. It's really good. I'm taking a bit. I've just been sitting and just watching most of it because and like I said, there's stuff that you guys like, I'm gonna do this. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're a lot more.
What's going on? Not even just that, but I didn't realize how deep it kind of went. I suppose, but you never really do until you watch it happening. Like there's like his whole, I can tell if something's human, immortal, supernatural just by licking its blood. I'm like, hold on, there's more than just vampire and human.
And the thing is, you can't, even if you know it, it's not like in D&D, there's no Arcana check for it, because that shit is super secretive. You'd be like, okay, that's just Tremere shit over there kind of thing, not or Malkavian shit with your premonition.
Yeah, and it's all just crazy, and it's really cool. It genuinely is.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to just do it's a wild ride from start to finish. It's just
crazy.
So buckle up.
We've been doing now it's all downhill. Now we're sort of trying to pick all the pieces up. We're doing so well.
So, let's continue then, people.
We went to the Asian supermarket that opened up there in near Welby's at St. Julian's, like by the main road. Bought a bunch of Asian shit.
Nice.
Awesome. Alright, so we are waiting for Maria. At least I know that Miles is waiting for Maria. Remind me again what the other two are doing.
I suggested we go back into the backstage.
Alright, so you go back, and as you arrive, Paul, you receive this like long ass text going into detail about how the story of the orgy came about. Funny thing is, the minute you arrive, you just see the guy, Carl, who texted you, who's waiting outside, basically, with this big smile on his face. As he looks up, he's like, "Oh, I wish you knew we were coming. It would have saved me, a whole 15 minutes writing this text and trying to make shit PG as possible."
Carl. Really?
Sorry.
PG?
You never know.
Whatever.
never-
He
you
knows
never
it's on
know.
my fault. It's me. Whatever, mate. Don't worry about it. I will give it a read because that's a story you've written. That's work it up, get it published. Short stories.
It goes around the lines of she was pole dancing. He gave her a tip. The tip was big, so she kissed him. The kissing got her off the pole. To which she kind of initiated the walk to the backstage, making out. He tried mid-kissing, telling her what he needs. She said, "Anything, you're hot, are you big?" I obviously lied, said yes, yes, yes. And, well,
This is Carl.
This Carl, yes.
Carl's a boss, man. Like Carl can talk his way into the Pentagon. He's great.
And basically concludes of, "Yeah, I have my boss and his friends coming over." She's like, "I don't mind." I think that means orgy.
Yeah,
I just fist bump Carl. I just like, yeah, boy.
And he's like there, like all proud of himself.
Yeah.
By the way, you know how you asked about the mosh pit thing? It just started.
Oh shit! Great, awesome, Frank. We got to get in there.
Backstage, yeah.
I send a chat in the message group. Oh, by the way, gave my VIP ticket to some guy. Told him to start a mosh pit if anything blah 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 was going to happen on stage. Mosh pit just started. Send.
So, as you
wait
guys...
3 seconds and then send blah 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 equals vampire. Send.
Delete.
Fuck right off.
As you guys walk in, the crowd is wild. The music is just energetic. There is a huge, people just bumping into each other. And on the stage, you actually see the singer deep into someone's neck.
I go backstage.
So you keep walking backstage along with Carl, who, getting through the chaos.
Go with him, just kind of.
Okay. So you're backstage. Backstage, you hear the muffled noise and the crowd and all this. It's all muffled. It's nice. The acoustics are nice in here. It kind of takes you away from the craziness of what's going on in the venue. The place is pretty much empty. There's just a few guys just kind of getting stuff ready to pack up and leave once this is over.
Alright.
But is there cameras and control room? Or...
Hey guys.
That's not in the backstage.
Guys, where's the
I'll
power
go
breaker?
there.
The what? What, Paul?
Where's the power breaker?
I don't know. You told me backstage. I got you backstage, man. I didn't look.
Oh no! I'm trying to get the guys who are packing away. The guys who work there.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
One of them.
Hi.
He stops and he looks over. Like, what are you doing here?
Where's the power breaker?
It's upstairs.
Where exactly upstairs?
And he kind of points at one of the side. There's an fire exit thing, there. And instead of going out to the next door, you just go upstairs.
All right, brilliant, cool. Carl, stay here. Frank,
Okay.
prepare for shit. I'm gonna go flip the switches. So I'm gonna go to the power box. Open it up.
Alright, so as you walk in, you do see two guys that are kind of jamming to the thing. One's on the lights, the other one's just kind of taking care of the music, listening intently. to what's going on.
I look at them. If they look at me, I go before switching everything.
They don't really notice you walking in. I don't know if.
Oh no, they don't notice me. That's fine with me.
Is Luca? Are you with them?
Yeah.
Okay, so you both kind of walk in. They're doing their thing. These two. What do you do? Again, sorry.
Find the power switch, the power box, to cut all the power.
All right. So, a quick look around. You notice a very obvious kind of, a power box, whatever. And so you just cut the power. Immediately, these two guys was like, what the fuck? And as they look at each other, they notice both of you behind them. It's like, the fuck, dudes? Like, you hear the crowd just booing the hell out of, the audience. You hear kind of the music stop dead.
So yeah, I look at them and I go, health and safety inspector. Stuff happening on stage, which is not great, but also I'm gonna need the power to stay off.
Okay,
do you guys like to party?
They look at each other very confused, like...
Dominate the fuck out of them, man.
Actually, hold on, what the fuck that? I'm gonna try and what's it called?
Forgetful mind.
Yeah, I want to do the forgetful, the cloud memory thing. But before I can do that, I have to dominate them.
Yep.
Well, mesmerize.
I'm gonna try dominate them.
How? As in,
how does dominate work? Is that
so? There's compel and mesmerize. Which one do you have? I think you have mesmerize.
I think it's cloud memory. What you're talking about.
Yeah, so cloud memory, by uttering the phrase forget, the user can make the dominated victim forget the current moment. So before I can make them forget, I need to dominate them.
No, you already
dominate. No, but dominate on mortals is easier. That's why.
Cloud memory is essentially a dominate ability by itself. So when you cloud memory, you're already dominated by that. So.
Okay, so I can just do the.
Yeah, just forget. Yeah,
all right, so it's charisma and dominate versus wits and resolve.
Wits.
No roll is required against an unprepared mortal victim.
They're not really prepared for this. They're really.
Yeah, clouding the memory of a resisting victim or another vampire requires a charisma dominate versus wits resolve. No roll is required against them.
Okay, so
cost is free. Indefinite.
So yeah,
I'm just gonna go. Like they turn around to look and like, what the? Forget.
Leave. If they're any more confused about what's going on, they are just like, what the? Oh, okay, all right. They forget.
Hi.
They forget why they're there, their purpose, so to speak. I'm just gonna kind of compress time and just let them just leave at this point. They're going like, where are we going? I don't know.
There's a cute girl at the bar wanted to buy you guys drinks. You came to gloat, assholes.
All right.
That cuts any cameras. So now we just need to worry about the multitude of mobile phones. We need to get on stage. We need to get onto the stage now, don't we?
We should. We have our specs. So
let's go.
Alright, you have heightened senses?
I got sense the unseen.
Alright, so I have heightened senses. Okay. So I would guide you better because it's in the dark and you can't see in the dark. Like this pitch dark. And I'm like, okay, follow me.
Before we go, you've got quite a lot of cool shit on you, like duct tape. Do you have a knife?
I would have a knife, but I'd rather not use it, but okay.
Thank you. I take the knife and I start cutting at because obviously with the power box, the wires all connect to I start cutting at the wires so that they can't just come back in and flick it all up. So it's like it's like a hatch job. It's just really fucked, but it means that they're gonna have to actually do some serious fixing on the parts to get everything back up and running.
All right, let's go with melee and resolve. See if you achieve.
Melee and resolve. No extra dice. Difficulty?
These wires are usually thick, so
Yeah.
let's go for 3.
All right.
That's being kind.
Success is 2 of 3. I can use a willpower to reroll one of those, right?
Yes.
Then I will reroll. So that's
What you can.
Oh, 1, 3. That's a 3.
So you slash away at the wires as much as you can. The knife, as sharp as it can be, it's clearly used not for this purpose. You just manage to get through the coating, but you're not getting through to the other wires at all. Frank is getting a bit nervous and upset about this, I'm guessing, seeing your knife being used like this.
I'm always upset and angry when I'm around these people. But yeah.
That does something. There you go.
I could actually swear about these now, like, huh?
Yeah, like when he gives me the knife, it's like perfectly looked after, brilliant condition. I hand it back. It's got like a chip out of the one side of it. It's scuffed. It's like, that'll do. Nick's face is how the image just.
This knife. Just puts it back. Alright. I don't melee that much. You keep it. Fuck it.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there you go.
Frank actually has like 1,000 knives and this is back in his place. So.
I'm not
The
that
Matrix.
cool, man.
It's like the Matrix. He pushes a button next to his desk and the walls slide out and it's just fancy knives.
Let's go. Come on.
Maybe in his place. All right, so you guys are heading out, right?
We're going to go try and get on stage and in all the confusion and see if we can...
In all of the confusion, you do see, however, a group of 15 individuals kind of very angrily pacing around to get to the backstage. And as you're kind of exiting, you come face to face with them, and this guy, which is basically with sleeveless, he's got this patch jacket on, bare chest. He looks down on you guys. He's rather tall. He's about like 6'2", and he's just like, "You guys were back there?"
No! Well, yeah, but we stumbled through. Okay, I'll be honest. Me, my mate, my other mate, we had this thing going with one of the dancers. It was going to be fucking sick. It was going to be tight. We get ushered back here. We're ready for some fun. I hold up at one. I only take out one of the baggies of cocaine, like some real fun. And then all the lights went out.
The minute you hand out the bag of cocaine, he kind of holds you by the wrist really quick. This really immense speed that only your kind can do. Is just like, I don't think you got what I'm asking. Is this your fault? And you kind of see this like manic look in his eyes. Something's upset him, and you kind of can do the math. Why?
No. Party, lights went out.
Right.
Told you.
Okay.
We're trying to find what the fuck's going on.
He looks over to.
I should have obfuscated Frank. Fuck. Fuck.
It'd be awkward if Frank just vanished now, that's for sure.
I can't.
Like,
Is
this guy causing trouble? Seeing that he's holding a bag of, snow in his hand? You didn't happen to be partying in the wrong room, right?
No, we didn't even get
I
to
wasn't
a room.
asking you. I'm asking your friend.
Can I have my hand back?
As he kind of fluxes his back, and you can see like more muscles kind of showing as the thing is opening and closing.
I just met this guy. I was taking him to security actually because
To
you can see
security.
he's got coke.
Well,
I'm not security. Just
oh no, I can see you're not security. Don't worry, we can handle this guy.
My bravado, you just seem just like, oh, all I want to do is just go, God, fucking damn it, Frank. It's just like, I'm just like,
you just.
I gotta try.
All right, cool. You see, we're not happy with the situation, and let's have a chat, you. And he kind of like, with still holding your hands, he kind of drags you to backstage, pushing Luke's character aside, and they take you backstage. And we cut scenes.
It's like, as we go, I'm just gonna go.
I hate snitching, damn it, but Zick.
All right, we got.
So I'm. They just took Ash. I'm okay, right?
Yeah. They literally shove you to the side as a kind of the group of 15 individuals just push them back.
15 individuals.
The car
Motherfucker.
comes round, and you hear the slam of the door. Maria's there, coming out. You see her from a distance, just kind of cold, just putting on her hoodie and just like, fucking. She comes down. It's like, Miles.
Yeah, Maria.
Miles.
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you are. What's as she comes closer, it's just like, oh God, Miles, what did you get yourself into now?
These two fucks.
Right.
Don't try to dump this poor girl over here.
And she didn't realize there was a poor girl until you pointed. It's like, oh fuck.
Yep.
No, Miles, I thought you said you're done with this stuff.
It's not my fault, alright?
No, it's never your fault. Fine. Let me go wake up. Hold on. I gotta go back. I gotta wake up Jason. I thought this was enough for just me and you. Hold on. And she kind of walks back. She opens the back of the van, and you hear her muffle something, and you see this individual come out. He's rather young, and scruffy, kind of curly long hair by his side with a beanie. Comes out, just completely. Hey, Miles. Okay. He kind of looks around. It's like, okay, so this is what we got to pick up.
Yeah, just these.
All right,
these two.
cool. And they start they're waiting for your instruction how to shift the bodies. Which ones do you want?
Yeah, so I will. So yeah, focus on those two, and I'm going to look at the dead girl body, and I'm going to message Frank.
Okay.
What do we do with the dead girl? With the girl. Sorry, not the dead girl. Just kidding. What do we do with the girl? I'm not gonna put dead girl because that's like no. Just go.
And Frank just texts you back MASQ, which means masquerade.
Okay, and say pick up the girl also. And I just looked up, pick up the girl also.
All right.
Poor fucking sod.
As kind of she places the two guys on the back. Jason's just kind of looking at one of them, just kind of squeamish, kind of with the eyes of help. Jason's looking there, and he just kind of kicks him right straight into the nose. It's like, just shut up, dude. Like, I don't want to do this, And the guy just has a bloody nose at this point. All right, so Maria kind of jumps into the driver's seat. I'm guessing you come next to her.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the passenger. Yeah.
All right. Are we waiting for anyone else? Do we just drive off? What's going on?
I'll check. I need to check with them because they went inside. There was
All right.
some shit.
I'm just gonna Google map the location which you sent
Yeah,
me.
Google Maps location while I message. I'm gonna call Frank. Frank? Everything okay in there?
No, man, they took out the other one. Big Bruja guy. No, sorry, leather jacket guy. 15 motherfucker.
15.
15.
Wait, is it the Baron?
I think so. Big muzzle fuck.
Fuck.
Yeah. I had to snitch on the guy, sorry. But I'm somehow okay now, and you see Frank pacing around and probably activating go full skate as well.
We need.
Out of character. We need you here. ASAP, man.
Sure. All right. All right. I got Maria's here right now. We have the bodies. What do we do with them? Where do you want? Both they'll take them to your location, but where?
Yeah. Okay. And this is where my sire comes in, and because I'm basically taking them to our shared location,
Okay.
and I tell them, go to the place, ask the receptionist for Laura, and he'll understand. He'll understand, and she will
Okay.
All right. Fix it up.
Okay. All right. I'll
Laura Demek.
I'll be on my way. I'm gonna just kind of say, all right, go to location. It's a hotel. Just head inside to the receptionist.
All right, let's try to beat midnight Saturday night traffic. She kind of starts the van and she starts driving.
You have to do it yourself. I have to help.
She kind of hits the brake, and you both kind of do this stuff. It's like, what?
Look, go to the receptionist. Just tell them Frank sent you to a reception named Laura, and then they'll take care of the matter. All right?
Laura. Okay. Okay. Cool.
All right. Just.
I'll call you once it's done.
I'm gonna pull out some couple of cash. Like I'm just gonna pull out some cash just for the fucking expenses of all this. I'll give her a couple of cash, like a couple of euros.
I was gonna mail you the invoice, but I guess sure.
And then I text my sir and I say, package coming your way.
Okay. Cool.
And I'll just pat her and show us. We'll talk this back at the house, right? We'll talk this back to the place, okay? Cause she lives with me, so.
All right, Miles. Whatever you say.
Catch you later then. Get out of the car.
Yeah. And the van just kind of does this awkward like U-turn or 3-point turning really, and kind of heads out.
Walk back.
In the meantime, Ash's character Paul, forced to sit down on the couch, thrown almost. All right, so I'm guessing we have. Ooh, I'm guessing we have.
Trying to make myself look like it's my idea to be on the couch.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. So. Right. What's going on, man? I mean, thought the party was cool and everything, especially with the whole, fancy fake drinking blood thing. What's going on, man? You don't like the band? Too much for you to handle? Huh? You're too snuffed up and
No, I've not even hit it yet. I love the band. The mosh pit was great, but let's be honest. If you could get your dick sucked, you're gonna get your dick sucked.
So that's what this is about. Just
I mean, look. All right. When you have one of those attractive dancers on the pole come over to you and your mates and say, "Hey, there's four of us. We want a good time."
He looks over as you're talking. He kind of gestures to one of them, and the guy immediately pulls out 2 items from inside of his jacket with one hand. One is a gun, and just at the palm of his hand where the gun is kind of sitting, he also has a wooden stake. And he kind of shifts it over to the other hand. And he kind of gestures towards you. He's like, so, we could...
Do you work for the band? Because y'all are taking that vampire stick, far. I'm gonna give you... Not even Twilight had the testicles to stick with the vampire shit as accurately as you guys are.
I mean...
Hats off.
Bullets hurt a lot, and eventually
bullets kill.
Yeah, but
bullets will kill me.
Wooden stakes being penetrated to skin is really tougher, but it also gives us an insight to other things. Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not saying anything, but maybe.
Are you just sadistic? Do you get off on people's pain? Be honest with me, man. We're in a safe space. There's 15 of you and one of me. It's basically group therapy at this point.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And he kind of cracks knuckles. He's like, let's start with a bullet then. And immediately you hear a shot fired, and the massive pain in your shin just comes through. So just take 1 slash to your health. Yeah.
Fucker! I need that to walk. Ah.
Let's try this.
My God, man!
Let's try this from the. Sorry, you want to say something?
Man, you are like Cottonmouth from Luke Cage. Just you have that whole.
Ah,
So was the money, man. I couldn't stop. You have this whole.
all right, so let's try this from the top, shall we?
What
are you really doing backstage when the lights gone out?
I was getting ready to party. Technically not a lie.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And did party involve, I don't know, stopping an actual party from happening out there?
No, the party involved cocaine. And at some point getting involved in the party that was already going on downstairs.
So I need you to do...
I basically started the mosh pit. I know that I made the guy start it, man. You should be thanking me.
Alright, subterfuge and manipulation.
Subterfuge and manipulation.
Oh, Jesus.
No extra dice. Difficulty?
5.
Fuck. So manipulation gives me 3 die and subterfuge gives me 2 die. So basically I gotta get all of them. Oh boy. Bestial failure. My cover's blown now, isn't it?
You, for a moment, are trying to lie through your teeth about one thing, but trying to say half the truth. But because of the pain that you're going through, your whole appearance takes a bit of more monstrosity form. Your fangs are out, and the more you're trying to convince the person, the more this bestial image is starting to form on your face. And the guy was like, fuck the gun, it's the steak. And as he's about to...
I got hungry!
He's about to just go for the steak, something out of the darkness just whiffs. This black shadow whiffs. And what was once in his an arm coming towards you, all of a sudden is just not there anymore, and the guy's screaming in agony, right?
Wow, that was disarming.
I would suggest you would leave right now. We don't want any trouble.
I'm like awkwardly hobble out.
It's always the Nosferatu, motherfucker.
I'm not even gonna question anything. I just like stand up and I hobble out.
All right. As you're hopping away, you hear different like smashing and screams and different chaotic like injuries and shit going behind you. You don't look back though at that.
Thanks, Fred.
And Frank is outside, I think, waiting for the scenario. What's Frank doing?
What is there to do or see? Is there dead bodies on the on the stage?
Well, there's no dead bodies on the stage. The band is kind of looking confused up in the air, like what's going on. The lead singer is kind of crouching and he's kind of doing tests at the mic and hitting it and all that. But at this point, the back of the crowd is just dispersing out into the street.
Do I come in? Or
Before we just get, as I run away, can I run onto the stage? Like as my running away thing onto the stage.
I mean, if you're coming out from where you came in, you need to jump onto the stage.
All right, I'll try that.
So athletics and dexterity.
Athletics with dexterity. Difficulty. It's probably going to be high considering I've been shot in the leg.
Well, usually it's not that big of a deal, but it would be like a 1 or a 2 in this case because you're shot in the leg. It's 3.
All right, cool. And I can't re-roll any of them because the 2 that failed are hunger dice.
Yeah, so basically you try to take the sleep and you just kind of tumble over the gate there.
I stand up. I'm just like,
Hey.
Do I arrive?
You arrive at the scene. People, you're just getting through the crowds, just trying to, everyone's kind of like, dude, the party's over, what the fuck? And everyone's looking at you, you're going in.
Frank, what the fuck just happened?
He switched off the lights. Big guy came to get him. How the fuck did you get out of there?
What?
You hear a voice in the darkness. I think you should say thank you.
I did. I shouted, "Thanks, Fred," and tried to jump on stage. But Frank, fuck you. Learn to lie. Bullets hurt.
They do
First
not much
time,
other shit.
here's our little virgin.
Yeah. Funny enough, Frank, I don't run into a lot of guns in Malta. Not when you're sat behind a computer screen, at least.
Yeah, of course. Fuck.
Anyway, so yeah, like I cut the power so that we could cut lights, cameras, action.
All right.
And then big guy came.
We need to.
I tried to. Yeah, what's up, Frank?
We need to get the other guy. 1 second. Shut up.
I was saved by the darkness.
Sorry.
I just gesture to the darkness.
Yeah.
It was great. Like, you got cut a guy's hand off. Let's go get the singer, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
You owe me. You hear the voice in the darkness speak.
You would know how
Have
to.
I dealt with the voice in the darkness before,
Yeah.
or is this my first time with him?
This is
gonna-
the first time.
Unseen, sense the unseen, whoever this is, talking. So that's not a problem.
Hmm?
For fuck. I just deleted the power by accident. I'll look it up.
You don't have to do a rouse check.
No,
No. I need to make a roll.
With awareness.
Yeah, it's wits plus auspex, actually.
Yeah, wits plus auspex or resolve plus auspex.
I'll choose
That's what
wits.
I've got.
What's difficulty, Dom? To sense the unseen?
it's 4 at the moment.
4. Alright. I probably might fail. No. My eyesight is...
Yeah,
Can I try to see? The
Yeah.
darkness?
yeah. You could try.
Alright, so I'll use my resolve. So it's resolve, no second attribute, 2 extra dice because that's my auspex. Difficulty, you said 4, huh?
Yes.
Bestial failure.
All right. So
But I could try to reroll 2 of them. How many willpower do I got left? 4.
How come you have spent already 2? I think.
Yeah, I have 6 willpower total.
You
1,
might...
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. It's
Willpower is not resolve and.
composure. Resolve and composure totals.
So my resolve is 4 and my composure is 2.
That's why.
I will do my willpower to roll the 2 d10s that failed for the normal. Because as awesome as I think a bestial failure would be right now to describe, I don't want to do it. Okay, let me...
you didn't type that correctly.
You can just do /R 2d10.
Yeah,
Really easy.
a 9 and a 4.
All right.
So 3
So
successes.
that
but-
puts me at 3 successes.
I
3 fails.
could allow you to succeed at a cost.
What would the cost be?
Well, you have to agree or not. Do you want to
Cut your
succeed?
balls and shove them in your mouth.
Do you want to succeed, or do you want to?
I want to succeed. I don't mind owing people things because in life shit happens and you have to owe people things. I don't like the idea of not knowing who I owe. So I will succeed with the cost.
Frustrated
Would
with
I
this?
know anything about it, given I'm local and rumors and shit? Maybe I don't have politics, but I have streetwise maybe. But I don't know if there's a vampiric equivalent for streetwise. up to you to decide, for the purpose of
if
the
you know about this presence that's lurking around at the moment in the dark.
I
What you mean?
think it's a Nosferatu or a Malkavian, but
So unfortunately, no, I can't.
fair enough.
Sorry.
No problem.
So at the cost, so immediately, like the pain, the fact that one of your buddies just let you just walk off with these guys to practically almost get tortured. The beast within is so angry about the situation. Like, why you don't deserve this? What the fuck? Like, they should have your back. You kind of turn around and you feel the beast just coming out, like almost as your eyes glare into the darkness, and for just a split second, you see the same face you saw earlier.
The hooded guy.
The Nosferatu. But you just see it in a split second where his face is there and he kind of just immediately into the darkness, away. And he's left the scene at this point. Please give me 2 hunger.
Oh. Puts my hunger up to 4.
You're hungry. You're not happy. The beast wants to come out. You just feel it calling and calling and calling. Blood bank, blood something. Give me something. Don't let me in here. We want to come out.
We noticed him. He's looking like
we would. Well, I don't know, but
he fucked. Does he look like he needs to eat?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's starting to maybe snarl a bit. He's getting a bit more.
Let's focus. You'll get food. Calm down. You get your food. Now, the Baron's in there. He's fucking injured. Baron from. So what are you gonna do?
Pieta.
And is that the Baron Pieta that's interrogated him?
We don't know if it is the Baron. To be honest, we just assumed it was.
He's the leather jacket guy.
Yeah, the big guy with the leather
You're
jacket.
more talker than.
So anyway, this rogue. We need to get this kindred. This guy was just tried to feed on stage for the second fucking time. Just killed.
Yeah.
This guy is going to hurt the Masquerade.
Yeah, exactly. If you just listened to me, we would have got him quicker. Come on,
No worries. Let's go.
Come on.
Where is he? And
I activate Obfuscate Unseen Passage.
I am heightened senses trying to find the guy. So
as well.
You're trying to find which guy?
The kindred.
The singer.
Alex.
Yeah. So basically, the guy is just. He looks a bit weird. He's kind of shifting on the stage, kicking wires. The band is starting to pack up their stuff on stage. Some of them are drinking like Excel and shit like that, Chisk, while they're halfway packing. One of them just lights a cigarette on the side. But the singer is just drifting on the stage, kind of weird, kicking shit around.
He's a fucking toreador. He's not happy, is he? So that was my blood.
Okay, give me a rouse check.
Success. I don't get hungry.
At least one of you isn't.
Someone has to do the job. And while he's distracted... okay, I turn to Miles.
Mm-hmm.
You got any real firepower, man? Because I don't really.
We don't need to kill him. We just need to take him.
Yeah, I'm not killing him, silly. I'm gonna take him to the Baron, wrapped in wires and shit.
I give him handcuffs.
You have guns, or
as you
you
reach into your pockets, Miles, and you are about to hand out the handgun, your phone goes off and starts ringing. It's the Baron calling.
Shit. I'm giving him the handcuffs.
No. Aqtalu. Later. Call him later. He'll understand. I need to get the motherfucker. Both of us.
The ringtone startles the singer, and he kind of looks up, going. He looks towards you. It's like,
good show.
And as he does that, his fangs show up as well, and they immediately go up and go like.
And if he's distracted, I'll attack him.
Go for
and
it.
I'll rouse because I don't think I can fucking miss this.
Yeah, like just to keep his attention, I also got fangs out in.
He immediately he's shocked that you even did that at this point. It's just like he's starting to slowly find his pace, feeling the stage beneath him, and he looks like it's about to run. Miles,
Frank used to yells, motherfucker. No success, I get hungrier, no matter. Strength.
This is not the night you signed up for. The beast knows it.
Fucking tell me about it.
Strength.
If
and
someone wants to have fun, if there's a party, the beast wants to have fun.
Extra that. Difficulty?
3.
Because.
Wait, this guy's gonna make a run. Hold on. 1 second. So, no hunger dice for him.
That's interesting.
2.
That should be 4 successes for him.
It's a best failure?
And a messy critical.
You got 4 successes, not 1. It's weird why it's...
So...
I got 4 successes.
I think you got 2 10s.
Yeah, you have 2 10s. You rolled a d10 on your top one, and you also rolled a d10 for your hunger. On your hunger dice.
As you see...
Wait. I'm just asking, does it activate the derangement or no?
No, not because of this. So as he's about to turn and dodge, the beast is taking none of this shit. Immediately, you just... The way you jump and fly over to him almost, you just land onto him. And no, unfortunately, it's you kind of crack his back down, and he's there like
4, man. I'm like, okay.
He's not
messy
dead.
critical. Messy critical.
He's not
critical.
He's not dead because he's a vampire, but
You just paralyzed him.
you just fucking made him for a wheelchair for life.
And then I put my foot on his neck. And I say, fuck.
I come up. Come up, Frank.
Damn it.
You've done it.
At the scene, the band members just flee. They leave everything that they were doing. They just flee to the backstage. They run for their lives. The other people are not close enough to notice and pay attention to what's going on as they're leaving the venue. There's just a few at the very back.
I'm gonna I'll handcuff the guy.
Okay.
And let's drag him out of here, and we'll drag him out to.
I'll also blindfold him with my duct tape because probably could use presence. It's not my first time. Okay?
Before we just drag him up like this and drag him through Parcheval.
We're not dragging him through.
We have a car now.
We have a car outside. Oh, that's fine. Let's chuck him in the car.
You don't have a car outside.
We'll drag him in the backstage.
You're going to take him to the Baron.
Yeah, but...
Well...
Okay, someone stays here with him, someone gets a car. That's very simple. You won't get the car, would you?
I could call a minion.
One moment. Let me call the Baron. Let me call the Baron because he was trying to call.
Oh, yes.
And then we got... he probably needs answers. I call the Baron.
He... Like, the minute the first ringtone, he just immediately picked up. It's like, please tell me there was a good reason why you hung up. That's quite annoying.
Sorry. We just had to take care of this fucking nutcase.
Yes, I heard. Apparently he did it again. And
Twice. This is the second time he did this now.
Okay.
He killed the girl, and he just fed on fucking stage.
All right. Well, I'm hoping you have better news than just bad news.
We have him.
Well, we have him. He's with us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you want to do with him.
Well,
But he's broken the Masquerade. So
We have answers on the other guys as well.
we have
And
also.
we have.
I'll give him the phone.
We'll talk later, just in case. We can meet at your earliest convenience. We'll need transportation and discretion.
I'll send over one of my guys. You're still at Texas?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll send one of my guys over with a limousine. Not to draw that much attention, I guess. It was to draw some kind of attention. So make sure you are discreet about how you handle him out. I do want to speak to him, and I want to make sure I get all the answers.
Yes.
He's speakable.
I like this bear.
As you hang up, straight out of the silence that's starting to take over, you hear, "What you do?" And you see it's the manager, and he's starting to say, "I called police," and he pulls the thing to his face.
I'm gonna smack him. I'm just gonna smack him.
I forget him. I make him forget.
No, that's even better. Yep, that's even better.
You hear in the end of the line, "Hello, polizia."
Wrong number. Hang up.
Jim Donut Joey.
All right. Who smacked him?
No, I was gonna, and then he shouted, "Forget."
All right. Okay. So the guy just like he's stunned at the moment, like.
And as he's stunned, we drag. Yeah,
All right.
fucking.
You just see this. You've never seen this in your life, but you just see a limo just kind of speed down, honking the horn. You see the driver kind of coming out, like, in motor, "Get out of the fucking way! There's open something off." And you just see the whole streets.
That's so amazing.
Just everyone's looking. Attention now on the limousine. The guy comes out. He comes to help you. All right, okay. Celebrity.
Everyone back. Come on.
He hurt in the dark,
Back up. We gotta look
He's
after
one of
him.
these
Let's
very
go.
typical Maltese, just speaking English out, and he just kind of tosses him into the limousine.
This poor broken bastard.
Yeah, the guy kind of go. He kind of slowly from the back that kind of pushes you into the back of the limousine, closes.
Yeah, we get.
For some reason, he taps on the window and he goes back to the seat and he starts driving off.
Now this is if I have it's obviously going to be a quick drive, but if I have a look around the limo, is it just like a limo that the Baron randomly, or does it look like it's the Baron's drive?
It's one of these rentals.
Okay.
Because I was sitting thinking maybe there's some blood in here somewhere.
I'm going to. Actually, no. I know he's hungry. I'm gonna make a call to my contact, my blood bag seller.
Okay.
I forgot how hungry I am actually.
Actually, I'm gonna call. I'm gonna just
I
text
think
her.
you're 3 or 4 at this point.
I think I'm very hungry, but if there's a chance that we could go to my house at any point soonish, I would probably have a blood bag or 2 there. But what I mean is if I know I'm not going to be around people and I'm just going to be around other vampires, I could probably hold out for a bit.
I just want to point out something, going back to Frank's bestial failure and messy critical. What you don't pick up immediately through the chaos you're still going through right now, that you're seeing the singer's face going like, "You're a bastard, you're a liar, you want this, you want us to, like in almost perfect English. This guy's Bulgarian.
Wait, I had muffled him.
No, I know, yeah. I'm aware.
This
But
was-
you're Malkavian, remember?
Right. Oh, okay.
Right? So he's just taunting you. You hear it clear coming from him, despite the muffledness. The other two, he's just there, motionless, just looking around, and you could see he's in pain.
You shut the fuck up.
No one was saying anything.
You shut the fuck up too.
Fuck you, Frank. I almost died because of you.
No one dies tonight for now, alright?
Fucking hope so.
Calm down.
Is there something you guys want to do in the limousine, or shall I compress time?
Just.
Do you
I
need...
suppose I would have a look around the limousine, maybe see just in case there's a blood bag in there or something.
So you're shuffling through?
I'm just looking around the limousine because normally there's shit in it. Worth a look
Alright.
at.
Can you
This is
roll
This is not
me?
D&D, man.
It's okay, no worries. But
There's shit in the limousine, you know. There might be a blood bag in there. You
Possibly.
might have overheard hungry over the phone.
Oh yeah, it would be this. Yeah, fair point.
So I need you to roll me. Well, your survival depends on this, I'm guessing, at this point. So let's go survival
Yeah,
and
full
resolve.
What happens if you hit 5 hunger? Do you just become like an uncontrollable beast?
Yes, you.
Yes.
All right, then yeah, my survival is beckoning on this one. No extra dice. Difficulty?
2.
All right, cool.
All right. So you're trying to keep your composure, trying not to tear into the seats. You're just going through the whole thing, shifting around, making everyone feel uncomfortable with the smallest space. And you do happen to find 3 blood bags.
Food.
Take 2. I'll take 1. Take 1.
I'll bite into the victim, and I'll select 1 hunger if that's okay.
Wait, yes?
Is it okay for you to do that on a fellow kindred?
Indeed. But he's not just any fellow kindred. I'm not killing him.
No, I'm aware of that.
It's torture.
Well,
I'll leave it up to you.
hold on.
But I'll do it anyway now. It's hunger 4. It's like do or die, man.
The driver. Oh fuck.
No, not the driver.
No. Is the driver paying attention to us at the back of the car?
No.
No, okay,
Alright, cool.
I'm drinking my blood bag.
I don't even bother opening it. It's like just fangs and just.
Bagger also.
You two beggars.
Yeah.
Oh, for
Bagger,
fuck.
and he also went bagger. So,
I'm a saint.
Jesus.
That's why when you knocked him out, it felt better.
Yeah.
I realized I picked a very wrong archetype, but fuck it. For the time being.
No worries.
Would you say that's 1 hunger per bag?
Yeah. So
Alright,
6 1.
cool.
What's
I'm
your...
back down. I'm back down to 2.
You're back to 1.
Hey, and I finish feeding, and I dip my finger into his injury. You like this blood, don't you, Miles?
Wait, or are you feeding on me?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, I saw what you did with the girl.
Wait, were you feeding on me or were you feeding on someone else? Just
I was feeding on Alex,
okay.
like a
So you
bruiser.
like
I can't seem. I believe I had read some ruling about feeding off kindred.
It's-
Other vampires.
You have to feed 3 times to be blood bonded.
Alright, that's all then, basically. Oh, okay.
Or the what's their name archetype? I know.
the blood
Leech, the blood leech.
yeah, the leech. Yeah. That was one of the archetypes where you can essentially they're one of their preferable feeding is literally on kindred. So
So vampire hunters that are vampires. Nice.
if vampires are just like feeding on vampires for
For
whatever reason.
cannibalism.
Alright.
Yay.
That's
So,
It's always some form of it.
You arrive at Intercontinental Hotel again. The
I
situation
clean
is
myself in the bathroom.
all right. So you're quickly rushed into the Baron's place, basically up the elevator. This guy is now moaning in pain and just almost swifting between consciousness and unconsciousness. The guys at the door, the security, just immediately the minute they see you rush, they open both doors wide open as you kind of make yourself into the room. What do you do?
Go inside,
Baron, we're home.
dragging the singer, and let me get in and say, Baron.
You just chuck him at his
As you
feet.
kind of call out for Baron, as you look around the room looking for him, you realize that the Baron is out on the balcony again, having a cigar. But this time, there is also your what's it called?
Sire?
Sire?
Not your sire. You messaged
Nosferatu
someone
fan?
earlier. What's her name? Fucking hell.
Me or
I think
or
Miles messaged someone earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't take a note of it.
Oh, you mean Melanie? Oh no, Melanie. I decided not to message her because I had the blood bags.
Oh,
Weird.
alright.
Yeah, she was my blood bag contact, so no, but I didn't call her. No,
Laura? You mean Laura?
So Laura, okay, in that case we'll replace it by Laura. So Laura's there, and both of them kind of elegantly turn in your direction as they see yourself so messy and shit.
I'm bleeding, covered in blood. And
I
just,
believe you
done.
summoned me.
Singer, public feeding. Here he is.
Alright, the Baron speaks.
Yep, Coke.
This is going to be quite an interesting moment for our local society. We want to know what's going on. However, as I promised, you will have my deepest bond of boons, so if you should need anything, I am at your disposal. I don't offer this lightly, and only because you did. From what I could tell, he kind of looks down at the singer, like, well, good job, to say the least. But from here on out, we can handle this.
Alright.
Yeah.
No, you should know that the first one he fed on to tonight, they had 2 bodyguards.
Disposable
The bodyguards apparently they worked for the Baron.
of Pietà.
Yeah.
They want to take you out.
Interesting.
They said,
Political.
and I produce the walkie-talkie and I give it to my sire. I snitched this from him. You could investigate it further, but yes.
I always could count on you. I knew.
And you
Chose wisely.
see Frank almost simping almost, and he nods. And there was I think a Bruja, big muscle guy, leather jacket, but the fuck
Bonus
up
for
our
wooden
friend.
stakes and guns.
And 15 men, would you believe it?
Yeah,
How-
Frank. Unbelievable.
What would...
And there was also a Nosferatu who saved our friend. I think he's a Nosferatu anyway, right?
Darkness is all I know. Saved my life. Something in the darkness.
We owe him, but that's on us.
No,
Not him.
I owe him. I owe him.
Something...
We owe him, because let's decide that we owe him, shall we?
No, he lived. It says it's his.
It's me, Frank. There's no point trying to be the team player now, Frank.
Oh,
But I understand. Big guys are scary.
very scary.
Yeah.
I sense a whiff of change coming from our peaceful agreements across the island. Seeing
Seems so.
especially that, from your description, that the Hells Angels had something to do with tonight, too. And now the Baron of Pietà, you say.
Well, the Baron
Do you-
Pietà.
We don't. We.
I don't know.
We don't know if it was the Baron. We just know that, or if he was there. But we know that he was the one who. Yeah, we know he's involved. We just don't know if he was there directly.
The bodyguards mentioned about the Baron Pietà.
And would you say these bodyguards are just normal humanoids, or are they ghouls?
Oh yeah, they are human. They tasted human.
Not sure if they're ghoul or not. Probably just mortals. But they apparently
one of them is now. But
they mentioned that the Baron Pietà had brought the singer here for some political reason, probably between the two parties, some shit. If you want the question, then we still have one alive, speakable.
Yeah, but nice. I would have to take care of them.
I will say that I'll leave the pleasure to you three, if you see fit to extort any information, and if you do, I expect a detailed conversation over the phone. If I hear not from you, then in that case I shall assume that nothing vital has come out of him. In such matters, however, we still have to deal with this rogue from abroad. So if you please exit the room, we have a lot to do.
I will give a bow.
Yeah, you can tell it's been a long day for me. Like this time, Mars is bowing, and I'm just like, I turn around and walk out.
Nice. And I look at both the Baron and Laura and say, Well then, I hope that the good Masquerade strikes justice to this infidel.
Justice will be served. Let's see how far justice will extend. We don't want the elders to know, but that might already be a problem from what has been said tonight. We will see. We will see.
We will leave you then.
And as you exit and close the doors, we shall end the session here.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a long day for old Paul. He's coming awkward at this moment. He's sore. He's covered in blood. He's like, I'm going to have a shower. Fuck the bowing. I don't care anymore. I'm going home. I just send one message to the group chat. It's just a crying face. It's just like, go home.
And that brings us to the end of our session, guys.
That was great.
Awesome.
That was interesting.
Holy fuck. Oh. I got close to a rabid beast there. I don't know.
Well, you survived. We survived the first one shot.
Out of curiosity, Ashton, what's your Malkavian flavor?
As in
Derangement.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I have. I'm assuming I have one. Maybe I'm just haunted by Nosferatu. I don't actually know.
You could have hallucinations or paranoia then.
I think his is more on the paranoia stage.
There's a back. I didn't realize there was a back of the thing. The extrasensory gifts running wild, the vampire experience what might be truths or portents, but what others call figments of imagination, fixed up by hunger. They receive a 2 dice penalty to. Oh, that's the clan bane. I don't think that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you mean?
Because Malkavians have a derangement, but we can talk about this later. No problem.
So my clan bane is my extrasensory gifts running wild. I experience what might be truths or portents, but what others call figments of imagination.
So
dredged up by hunger, so hallucinations. So the thing in the darkness might not even be real, which is slightly more terrifying than something that is real. Because that just questions how the fuck that guy loses his hand.
So Dom, how'd you feel running?
It's been amazing.
Pretty good. Well, the fact that I'm getting good feedback so far, that especially that Luca thinks really it was amazing. I feel really.
I really like because actually in our game, our Setite is based off Cottonmouth, but he's actually the more academic / sexy side, because he's apparently into history of art, but he also researches about sex toys and fetishes and shit. And when you did the whole the blue Baron is like, okay, so here's, and then I'm like, it's so like respect.
Man, I'm curious to see what happens in the future. What the fuck is going on? Like there's the Barons are playing some games here. And this is
They're playing chess, and we're just looking at rock paper scissors.
Absolutely,
that's what's happening.
maybe.
But that was you know what, I was bloody brilliant. This is my first experience of it. It's just sitting back and just, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and just watch everything go wrong. Great.
Hey, maybe if you, I know that you said you can't commit, hence why we're doing it.
I will try. I generally did enjoy it, and I will try to make as many as I can. But I feel that saying I can commit to it and then not being able to, and having to like suddenly pull out like last minute or something, I feel is just a big disservice to you and just a kick in the face to you because of how much I know you've planned this and how much you've been looking forward to this as a whole. So I understand that putting it to like this sort of being able to drop in, drop out aspect of it maybe required a bit more work on your part, and I do apologize for that. But I think this way
it just changes the way, because my style, and you learned this, Ash, probably you already got a hint from it from Legends, is I try to hook into someone's thing.
You try to hook into someone's thing and keep them and drag them all along.
In this one, I can't really do that, you know.
Yeah, and it's basically just like trying to. It's the way the way you put it is it's like a season of Friends. Mm-hmm. There's an overarching story plot, but each one shot. It's each session is basically its own story.
Yeah, so
one shot. And
I think it's easy to understand that. So there's this now arching story, so to speak, of what's going on with the Barrons, what's going on being pulled, but at the same time,
chess,
but at the same time, if you come in, you miss a session and you come in, you're not really missing too much,
like,
you know, because you still have to go through.
It'll be a case of like, if I can't make next month's, and then I can make the months after I come back, and these two were sent on a job with someone else, and I wasn't called for because my talents weren't needed or something like that. No, it's understandable. And also, I know, you could call me Ginger. She might be able to get involved now.
That would be nice.
Which is nice. So it's and as I said, I feel better being able to play it in this kind of way than committing and not being able to play it down the line and killing off the campaign, because I've had that happen before where campaigns have basically died and it's not nice.
Oh boy.
But yeah, this was great, and it is nice learning. I say learning, experiencing at this point a new. Oh, that's so cool.
Yes, the dice box.
That's so cool. Oh, my days. That's amazing.
I just love it. I got this 3D printed by Miniature Corner Studio. So.
Oh, that's so sick. But yeah, it's always nice learning. And like with the Witcher one-shots and now with this, it is just nice learning other tabletop games. Because for a long time, I only really thought that Dungeons & Dragons was it. So I didn't realize. I kind of thought there'd probably be more, but Dungeons and Dragons was all anyone talked about, you know. So knowing that there's these other ones and there's some of them fucking great fun, you know.
It's what happens when the D&D, when you have a popular system and everyone just essentially plays.
It's become very commercialized, and unfortunately, I'm starting to lose the appeal to D&D. Slowly. Club. You know, especially with the way they're just changing shit in 5th edition. Even like the fact that Tasha's book was just reprinted and readjusted, and I have a copy, and I'm just like, fuck, dude, like what the, you know?
I spent 35 euros on this, and it's basically what's already in the handbook.
I lost so funny enough, it was. I think I told you in the last in the December when we had the meet when we met. I said, yeah, I lost the appeal of D&D because it's not fun anymore. As a GM, it's not fun. As a player, but as a DM, it's not fun of a system anymore.
I will say that I've experienced when I've sat down and played. I've had great fun. Not to say I don't have fun when I DM, because I do, but I get when you DM, the system itself can fight itself when it comes to things. And there's so many things that contradict, like this does this, unless this has happened, at which case that happens, and it gets a bit weird.
It's Wizards of the Coast, you know. I mean,
but then
they're doing it in Magic the Gathering, and the same.
And once you
for
hit level
D&D.
11 plus,
It's
running
broken.
it's headache.
It just gets crazy.
Headache.
It just
It's not broke,
yeah.
it's just a headache. I mean, it's a GM. It just becomes a headache at that point. So
And it's trying to keep track of what's going on, what happens when, but also it's just I think, but like the management part of being a DM
it's
is
much
also
more.
very quick to just kind of kill any move because like if you get trying to just manage a group of 4 is difficult of when everyone can come in and play and when you can get sessions going, and it's hard not to let that exasperation show when you finally manage to get everyone down together after canceling 3 times. And then you kind of say, okay, well, we've cancelled 3 times. I need to make this session perfect. This needs to be a good session, and that extra fucking pressure.
And the other part about D&D, I mean, at least for my reason I sort of moved away, is it only fits really one type of game, which is the epic fantasy monster slaying type game. I mean, actually, you can try other methods, but there's other
true.
stuff for it. If you want to run an investigation game, don't do D&D. It's
Call
not
of Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu. I'm running.
I've played it once briefly, like at a War Malta event, where like 3 years ago when I first moved here. But even I know that you're right. D&D it works better with the fantasy epic. And I mean, yeah, you can try and make I've got a homebrew setting that I'm working on, which is modern day Harry Potter. Effectively, magic and technology exist, and everything's kosher. But trying to figure, and then I realized doing that, it's like, okay, cool, I could put a school spin on it and everything like that. But that effectively Strixhaven. But at the same time,
yes,
this isn't going to turn into a Scooby-Doo mystery. All they're going to do is go from one thing to another and fight things.
Yeah, I found other systems where I can just fix them. I have a system called Basic Roleplay, which is Call of Cthulhu, but essentially for a generic system. It's by Chaos Motion, and I use it for I have a YouTube campaign myself called The Watchers of Medine, where the players play as fantasy Renaissance detectives.
Nice.
Yeah,
We need to talk, man. Because the last Renaissance thing I played was 7 Seas, and I loved it.
Mine is like it sets place in a city inspired by like essentially Italian city-states back in like the 15th century, 16th century, and I sort of recreated them for fantasy, and the players are playing as detectives, the first detectives in the city.
You know what you guys should look into if you DM, most of you. Have you ever heard of Genesis?
I know of it.
It's a beautiful system, which is
I think I've heard it in passing.
which is more the system in itself is more along the lines of storytelling more than anything. It's kind of like Vampire the Masquerade dices, so to speak. Just a bit. There's just a slight complexity to them, which
You think it's FFGs, right? Fantasy Flights, like
yes,
Star Wars.
yes, exactly. It takes off from Fantasy Flight Star Wars, but Genesis in itself is basically a sandbox for any setting you want: medieval, Western, sci-fi, high fantasy. It's just a sandbox of what you want to run. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, and there's a lot of systems. There's a lot of tabletop games. Just look on Drive-Thru. I'm running Cypher.
Okay.
Of the Numenera system, if you don't know about it. And Cypher essentially is like a generic system, but by Montica Games. Fairly simple, fairly easy to run, much easier on the GM because there's not, unlike with D&D where you have like monster statistics and all that. Everything is based on a level, a difficulty level, and that's it.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Monsters level 3, or if you beat a door, you need level 4, and you have to roll d20. You need to roll. It's like a level times 3, and that's it.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
skills and stuff. And that's my main system now I'm running, and now I've also picked up Dark Heresy, which is a Warhammer 40k roleplay game.
Okay.
Oh.
That just
So it's
sounds
actually-
dangerous.
Again, we need to talk.
That just sounds dangerous.
Maybe. No, there's a lot of systems, and it's not that D&D's okay. I don't know if he agrees. D&D's not terrible.
No. It's just.
It's got its strengths, but it's also got its weaknesses.
Yeah.
Look,
And
from my
I think
perspective,
as a DM, the weaknesses shine through more than they do as a player.
Yeah, a lot. And I'll be honest. I mean, I'm coming from a very heavy 4th edition DMing system. And as much as a lot of people really did not like 4th edition, it just simplified shit so much from the DM's point of view. Even when they did add shit from either magazines or other books, it wasn't such a big deal. But 5th edition is what 3.5, I guess, was supposed to be improved to. But it just, all of a sudden, they just lost track of all the stuff that's going on, I think. It's just too much. Too much.
So, yeah.
It's so easy to have a Swiss knife character being introduced and all that. The only things that really, really run well are their pre-made written stuff. So Curse of Strahd and shit like that.
I will give them that. It's when I started trying to plan my own homebrew world and trying to forget about the set yourself, but trying to just plan the starting adventure. It's fucked me over because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have them run into 4 goblins and this, and like, oh, but wait, that could kill them all if I'm not careful. And it's like, okay, and then I'm gonna try balance this, or I'm gonna try to build things is hard. But then I just pick up the Icewind Dale and basically go, right, and right, they're gonna do that quest. I'll just reskin it.
That happened to me once in PlayUp Legends Season 1 with Group 1, I believe, where we had a bit of a PvP moment, and I catered one of the NPCs that I was running myself along with the Dungeon Master. He was set to... he was CR'd purposely for 5 players. One of the players dropped out, and all of a sudden, this guy could have just wiped them all.
Shopped everyone, and
I'm there looking at the DM, going like, "Dude, you have to pull them out," because we built him in a way for 5. For 4,
not gonna work.
No, it's just become deadly now.
Yeah, and it's actually quite funny. 4 goblins. That's a good 4 goblins. Like on the thing I was doing and planning on critical and doing the danger levels. I'm like 4 goblins for a party of 3. That's fine. 5 goblins becomes deadly, and you're like, that makes no sense. 1 extra goblin should not make it deadly.
It does,
but it does.
It does.
But it shouldn't.
The action economy is busted.
Fucking ridiculous. But like that's why I'm so glad that they came out with Strixhaven, because my homebrew is sort of like a school aspect kind of thing. So Strixhaven is going to help me so much.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh,
a lot of footing is done there. Yeah.
And like honestly, I feel a little bad about that. But then I realize, like at the beginning of every book, they turn around and say, "Hey, you can run it as it is, or you can literally butcher our work. We don't care as long as you have fun." And I'm like, well, if that's the attitude you're taking, I'm going to take 3 adventures from this one, 3 adventures from that one, and fuck it, I'll sprinkle something in from Candlekeep as well. Let's go.
That's how Vampire was always, by the way.
Just
there
take
was always a disclaimer that you can adapt stuff.
Yeah.
And you should, because
Vampire,
it's your game after all.
The problem with Vampire, especially the earlier editions, right? At least the one before the 5th, there was just too much being issued for the lore, what's going on.
And then you get to that level where the lore becomes too bogged down.
In fact, even with, for example, London's Fallen, many players felt like, I haven't played it yet, but many players felt like they were more observers than active participants, and that's a no-no.
But it's almost like I said at the start of the thing, when reading through the 5th edition guidebook, the first 33 pages are all trying to catch people up on lore, and like that in of itself is just intense.
Yeah.
Because they basically reskinned the Tremere into something more appropriate.
Azamites got dumbed down to the.
I mean,
Tremere were like,
you don't have Sabbath anymore. You know, I mean, at least in the core books, they introduced Sabbath again. I think in New York or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and now it's just like, I think people complained too much. There wasn't Sabbath, bless you. So.
Yeah,
the problem with these systems, you come up with an idea and you think it's cool and you issue it out. You might playtest it just based on that, and then you realize the minute you add this material and you add the other material together, you just kind of fuck the system up.
Vampire's big problem is it's a focus on the meta plot. It doesn't care about what happens to the players. It's all about like what the big lore, what's happening with the big sort of shit that's going on, and yeah, that's what happens. Actually, everyone sort of just became observers and the participants because it was the main plot. The focus
It basically became a visual novel.
Yeah.
In real life.
Yeah, and it's still going on with vampire. That's still going to be a thing. It's because that's the way Whitehall designed it.
But you can always adjust the lore
accordingly.
Didn't
they just make like a battle royale?
Just shit.
The thing is, for example, then like vampires in Malta, except for a couple of mentions, there isn't much. Because I tried to do a Vampire by Malta book, and I went into the whole Prince Cardona, and there's some La Sombra 5th gen, like chilling in Gozo, I imagine, and he embraced some Canadian dude who's now into the Sabbath, obviously. And, you know, there are like a couple of mentions, but like, you know, then you have to do it your way. Like,
yeah. Like when I was designing this for you guys, and I was going through what was already kind of pre-made for Malta, I didn't really like it per se. On the aspects of this is why I said that a specific. Let me just get him back. So let's plot.
Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt.
Piero del Ponte makes more sense to bring in as the initial vampire motor, or whatever you want to call it, right? As a lore, because of how historically that was brought.
How come?
Do you know his story, Piero del Ponte?
No, and I'm big on history, and I feel like a fucking novice now. So lighten me, master.
So Piero del Ponte, just basic memory, I might be wrong on some things, but the gist of it is that he's the one that managed, because he was in charge of Malta, right, that they managed to win against the Turks. Now the funny thing is that straight after he won with the Turks, he died. And no one knows the cause or anything, so it's pretty much written up as he naturally died. There was no epic, like, he didn't die with a disease or anything.
He didn't die in battle or anything like that, he just did.
He was buried in Malta too, and his burial place changed from one location to the other, and in fact this is why I listed it down, that he is the one that resides in Burgo, because that was his resting place. But in reality, if you can do it into vampire, it's kind of like, listen, this is where I'm home, this is where it stays for me, you know. It makes the history of his makes so much more sense
if it was an actual vampire, the fact that he just disappeared,
than the other one that you mentioned, the one that's in the the kind of actual
lore.
Chilling in Gozo.
Yeah, well, again, with vampire, this is the thing with vampire. I think that this is the design.
There's nothing on Wikipedia regarding the Turks, but now that you mentioned it, I'm very curious. And if it makes more sense, fuck it, go for it.
With vampire, I mean, yeah, one thing with vampire is you're just storyteller. You can do whatever the fuck you want with the lore. You can agree to stuff, you can disagree to stuff. You can say the gangrels didn't leave the Anarchs or so with the Camarilla.
But I want it to be authentic to the Maltese history. That's the only thing.
Absolutely, man. I mean,
with Malta.
We are Maltese. This is like, I once read a book. It was an atrocity. It was set in the Crusades, but fucking hell, there's Valletta in it, and I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Like, well, that's not even there.
Exactly.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
Exactly, it's like...
Ashton, like, you don't know what we're talking about, do you?
Exactly.
Unbelievable, how dare they? Fuck.
I can tell by just the way you...
I have no room to talk. Like, the country I was born in don't even exist during the Crusades, so you're cool. You're cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it existed, but not in the way everyone expects it to exist.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that is something that irks me as well. When they just it's local history. All the fuck I had to do was Google something.
Exactly.
Thought, it sounds cool, so I'm gonna do this. No, fuck off. But it also irks me. It's like it's also something I've turned it into a game. If you watch American shows like the cop shows, NCIS, CSI, Law and Order, any of these cop shows, thousands that are on American TV.
Yep.
If you hear a South African accent, 9 out of 10 times, that's the bad guy for the episode. So I'll be sitting there, and my mom, and sometimes you like play games like, who do you think killed the person? Who do you think killed the person? And we'll be sitting there, and they'll walk in, like the one I'll always remember this. They're like, oh, who killed this person? Yeah, oh, this would track it down. So Peshwa opens up, and the guy's like, oh, how's it, Bruce? Sort of thing. He's like, hi, how can I help you? And he's like, South Africa. I was like, that's the killer. Why? He's the pet store. I'm telling you now, that's the fucking killer. They've got no evidence against him. Don't care. He's the killer. End of the episode, South African guy was the killer using his pet lizards to get rid of the evidence. I was like, killer. Every time you hear a South African accent, fucking bad guys. And they also use it in big movies where the bad guys are the mercenaries. At least 3 of them will have a South African accent. Fucking, it's brilliant. It's so great. We're the bad guys. Fucking Avengers, that Square Enix Avengers game that was released, they did an expansion in Wakanda, right? Bad guys. So it starts. I start the first mission of the expansion just to see what it's about. You start off as Black Panther chasing 2 mercenaries. Guess what? South African accents. It's like, man, y'all. It's now in video games.